So, good morning to everyone. We hope you all enjoyed the first day of our conference and also had a good evening here in Darmstadt. Today we have two more keynotes and two more panel sessions lined up. We will start with the keynote of Heike Weber in a second, which is moderated by Jens-Ivo Engels. Before that, I would like to give you again two informations about today's program, in particular for visitors who arrived today. The first one is that we invite you to join the walk and talk session during the lunch break. Marlene Fischer will guide a walk through the Oberfeld. The meeting point is at 1:15 p.m. in front of the building. We hope that this is a great opportunity to continue discussions in a more informal setting. Also, in a more informal discussions are possible this evening at the conference dinner at Restaurant Sitte. Please note that this is only for those who have signed up for it in advance. And we meet therefore at 6 p.m. at the restaurant. The direction should have reached you in one of our mails, or I think there's also a flyer in your conference maps. Otherwise, please ask us. But for now, we wish you a fruitful and interesting second day at our conference, beginning with the keynote of Heike Weber now.
So, good morning from my side. It's a very, very big pleasure for me to introduce our next keynote speaker, Heike Weber, coming from Berlin, directly from the capital to the little city of Darmstadt, town of Darmstadt. So I will briefly introduce her, although many of you, I suppose, know her, at least by having read her articles and books. Heike Weber has been a professor of history of technology at the Technische University Berlin since 2019. And before, she was a professor of cultural studies of technology at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. And before, she has been a junior professor of history of technology, gender, and the environment at Wuppertal. So her academic career took her also to Darmstadt for 2 years, from 2006 to 2008. She was a postdoctoral fellow at the research training group Topology of Technology, Topologie der Technik, which is sort of predecessor of our research training group KRITIS. So welcome home. Her research, some words just to be said. Her research focuses on environmental history, the history of consumption, and the history of mobility. Above all, she is interested in the history of waste and recycling and the history of contaminated sites, and the history of repair and maintenance is most prominent in her work. And I think it's no exaggerating saying that she has established this field of research in Germany and significantly shaped it. So, and this is, of course, also the topic of her keynote here. So. This is a great opportunity to have a prominent representative of this kind of research here. I will only mention 3 publications from the long lists of publications of Heike Weber. There is a special issue I would like to highlight, a special issue organized together with Ruth Oldenziel in 2013 in the journal Contemporary European History, which is dedicated to recycling and reuse in the 20th century. Then there is an edited volume I would like to highlight from 2021, together with Stefan Krebs, entitled "The Persistence of Technology Histories of Technology Histories of Repair, Reuse, and Disposal." And last but not least, an article published together with Jonas van der Straeten, who is known also here in Darmstadt. From 2024, it's entitled "Technology and Its Temporalities, a Global Perspective," which was edited in an edited volume by Guillaume Canino. So we are very, very happy, and we feel honored to have you here, and the floor is yours.
So it's a great pleasure to be back here. As just mentioned, I began kind of my journey to these research fields as a postdoc here in Darmstadt. And back then I was studying household waste. And well, I never imagined what themes turned out from that, but actually you'll see the spectrum then grew into matters of repair, of reuse, of recycling, and most recently of afterlife. And this made me aware to look on technology in a different temporal manner than we usually do. And this made me use the term heterochrony. So my title today is Why Heterochrony Matters, Repair, Reuse, and the Afterlife of Technologies. And in the following 40 minutes or so, I will draw on various studies, in particular from repair and waste studies, including some of my own, to convince you that we should follow technology beyond its innovation through the phases of use, of reuse and repair, and also removal and what is commonly called afterlife. In particular, David Edgerton has argued for the technology in use perspective. But in addition to use and reuse, we also need to take the often obscure after-use phase into account, which includes various moments of, for instance, substitution, of removal, but also the challenge of dismantling technology, of discarding it, of ruin and decay. When we do so, the dimension of the timescales of technology becomes crucial in novel ways. Technology becomes something that is neither new or old, but it is in itself characterized by heterochrony. Understanding technology as a heterochronic entity will immediately challenge most of the taken for granted approaches in respect to technology and its development. The latter is usually told as a story that begins with innovation and use, followed by a period of so-called maturity and then decline. For instance, we need to question the idea of the innovation timeline, and David Edgerton has already criticized that pretty much. But we also need to critically reflect on the model of technology diffusion, of technology substitution, by innovation of the new, or the cradle-to-grave life cycle metaphor. Concepts, all of them are borrowed from 20th century theories of economic growth and innovation. But technology does not follow such a linear chronology of growth and decline, of beginning and end of life. It would be a valuable project in itself to inquire when and why modern societies began to apply these anthropomorphic terms, such as the life cycle, to the technologies they created. Behind this stands this long tradition of a so-called Lebenstreppe of men, and for sure back then that was modeled as a male gender. And how did the idea of aging technology and of obsolescence take shape? Even afterlife is a problematic term, which I use in absence of a better one. Well, David Edgerton has repeatedly pointed out that alongside new technologies, old technologies continue to be used and dominate our lives. My argument goes a step further. Why not get rid of the old and new, dichotomy of the old and new altogether, and find more nuanced ways of capturing the multiple layers of time that merge in a given technology and follow the paths of technology beyond its use? Why not think of technologies as unfinished projects that are in constant flux and are heterochronic entities? To a certain extent, the present plays into the hands of my argument. The subject of repair and the so-called broken world thinking, a term by Stephen Jackson, the subject of repair and the so-called broken world thinking are getting a strong tailwind from a present that increasingly is conflicted with fragility, with crisis, with economic decline, and the return of Europe to the European continent. First, much of Western Europe's major infrastructure is now quite old and rapidly deteriorating. Built or overhauled during the economic boom of the post-war decades, bridges are collapsing and roads are becoming impassable. In everyday life, we tend to realize the importance of repair and maintenance only when it is too late. That is, after maintenance, inspection, or servicing have been neglected for too long and result in that it hasn't been done, results in breakdowns and defects, or even decay and accidents. After a neoliberal phase of declining investment in infrastructure and privatization, take the German Bahn, for example, we are witnessing this in the whole of the German transport sector, in building infrastructures, in universities. The United States were confronted with a similar experience already by the 1980s. And if you want a title for that, there was a publication called America in Ruins, The Decaying Infrastructure from 1983. Lee Winsell and Andrew Russells, that are the two main instigators of the so-called maintainers network, they have recently warned of a serious malfunctioning of the American economy, caused and fueled by a short-termism of current economic thinking. They argue that economic actors and society at large have become obsessed with the search for disruptive innovation and for the next big thing, while losing sight of long-term care and long-term concerns, such as providing drinking water to all citizens through solid infrastructure. It is therefore timely to reflect on care and repair as the basis of human-technology interaction, especially as it can enforce sustainability. Second, critical infrastructure is on everyone's lips these days. The importance of resilience, repairability, and longevity of critical infrastructure is repeatedly emphasized. For example, in the security, in the military, and health sectors, but also in the supply and disposal of water, wastewater, or energy, even if here too there is a tendency to forget about the afterlife dimension. In military technology, for example, high demands on robustness favor the use of tried and tested old technology. Soviet military jets, for example, relied on electronic tubes until the 1990s because these would withstand the detonation of nuclear weapons better than the latest digital electronics. Elsewhere, the latest technology is still prone to failure or develops in rapid innovation cycles that make it difficult to integrate the latest technology into existing long-lived structures. For example, the floppy disk, long declared obsolete, is still indispensable in avionics and medical equipment. With half of today's aircraft fleet more than 20 years old, planes such as the Boeing 747 use floppy disks for updates and data transfer. Magnetic tape, which has been tried and tested for over half a century, or the old technology of paper are ideal wherever it comes to secure long-time archiving where that is needed. In short, since Steve Jackson introduced the term of broken world thinking more than a decade ago, moments of erosion, breakdown, and decline have crept even into our Western European everyday lives. Even preppers are no longer the exception, and survival courses can be booked everywhere. They teach quite an arsenal of old technologies, be it from the art to calm yourself via breath in urgency, over fire making or fermenting technologies. But my argument now is the overlap between old and new is everywhere, not just in critical infrastructure, but in everyday technology. I have referred to this phenomenon with the terms heterochrony, but also with Zeitschichten der Technik, temporal layers of technology. In particular, any enduring infrastructure always contains elements from the past and also newer ones. Think of telecommunication, for example. Indeed, its enduring success depends on its adaptability to be repaired, to be reused, to be rearranged, and to be able to incorporate new technological elements. So David Edgerton's call for a focus on technology in use has shown us that the everyday around us has been and continues to be dominated not by the latest innovations, but by old technologies. Think of examples such as water supply, canalization, sewerage systems, pens, or bicycles. And in the same way, copper or copper cables will be the backbone of a so-called energy transition. Bicycles and metros will be needed for mobility transitions. The modern era of huge infrastructure projects and urban networking began in the late 19th century, and there has certainly been an overlap between old and new since then. Most of one of the most prominent example is subway cables for telegraphy that then became also the major connections of internet cables. But you might not be aware that even if you take the structure of the real European road system, behind that lies a map of the Roman street system. Unlike David Edgerton, then, I argue that the real shock of the old has less to do with the continued use of old technologies than with the persistence of the old one beyond use. Take, for example, the Via Appia. Obsolete technologies do not disappear or die of their own record. And even their active replacement or removal does not completely unmake or undo them. Take the urban area as an example. It contains a number of old infrastructures that urban mining seeks to exploit as resource. The copper industry, for example, goes after the copper deposits that lie dormant in local power grids. Moreover, technologies can also have an afterlife that can oscillate between being seen as a resource, as a toxic risk, or left to further decay. And that becomes a subject of engineering in itself. I give you the example of post-mining. After coal mines in Germany have been closed, so-called post-mining has been described as eternal care work. So engineers talk of eternal care. It involves attempts to recultivate former mining sites, geomonitoring and groundwater management, as well as continuous drainage. And you see the latest technology is used to somehow, manage and maintain an old technology which is not actively in use anymore. David Edgerton's call to replace the question of innovation and new technology with the question of the use of old technology is therefore not enough. For sure, it's super important, but I just argue it's not enough. We also need to study decline, removal, substitution, and whatever comes beyond the after-use phase. And once we do so, how can we actually make sense of a technological landscapes such as this one? I just give you one example. So I use here the term borrowed by Francesca Prey, technological landscape. Actually, so I'm working on waste disposal. So in the back, you see a waste disposal site that has been opened in the 60s. It was the major landfill experience of Western Germany when they began landfilling in a large style. And also there is a hazardous waste disposal, which is still active. So it's still in use, that infrastructure, but it is an overlay of at least 3 different infrastructure. In the front, you see the Emscher. The Emscher already was used as a sewerage system and given up as a natural river around the decades of 1900. And for sure, then it is it's not by chance that they choose this as a waste disposal site. The other argument why they choose it as a waste disposal site is because it was a mining ground. Coal was mined there, so they had already quite a structure to use for waste disposal. And this picture for me encapsulates this idea of multiple time scales that are around once you look upon certain infrastructures. Now, after a long preface, I will now draw on examples in the field of my own research. First, repair, and secondly, removal. And I began already a bit with removal with that example of Emscherbruch. I published this at several places just to give an idea. I prepared 2 folds. But let me start with distinguishing how I do not want to look on repair. My first examples are from repair. Then we move to removal. So when I'm looking at repair, I really want to avoid such a nostalgic, romanticized view of the repair economies of the poor. And that for a long time has been the style we in repair studies looked on repair. There had been a lot of global south studies and so on and so forth. The Americans, for instance, there is even a tourism, or there used to be a tourism to Cuba, because in Cuba they drive along all these beloved American old cars that you wouldn't find in the US anymore. And the same happened when you went to Morocco, early 21st century, because old Mercedeses would be there as grand taxi. So that is to be avoided, but you find this view all around. Let me also say that being in Berlin gives me quite a real, or I sometimes think that makes a realistic, more realistic view on repair. On a daily basis, I am confronted with malfunctions, with breakdowns, and with workarounds in Berlin infrastructure as a whole, and yes, also in particular at Technical University. You might have read the last Zeit, which had a comparison between TU Berlin and TU Darmstadt in respect to their buildings, and you might have learned your lesson. So Berlin was proud of itself as arm aber sexy, poor but sexy, and I tell you, it would be sexier in everyday life if we had taken proper care of our technologies and infrastructures. If we had invested more resources and time and maintenance than we have, whether in sexy Berlin or somewhere else in Germany during the neoliberal period of the last 3 decades or so. And here the Deutsche Bahn for sure would be the best other example. It is often assumed that practices of repair and reuse have gradually declined along with the rise of 20th century mass production, mass consumption, and throwaway societies. In our publications, however, we have shown that this has not been the case. And let me just briefly show you some examples, because you can show that actually, along with any new technology, there arise new fields of repair services and maintenance for that new technology. Otherwise, for instance, we showed that in that publication that we made together with the Technical Museum in Berlin, for instance. Otherwise, you would not have motorbikes being used that much, or in particular cars. Cars needed an infrastructure to be repaired, and actually even new jobs emerged with that. Let me give you 2 examples. The one is the car mechanic, next to these other all tiny workshops of repair that you see here. That is biking at motorbikes. With car mechanics, it's pretty clear. Being a car mechanic, that was really a sought-after profession for generations of young men. And if you go to Berlin around 1900, another new job was the plumber who would come in and care for all the things that went along with getting water into the house. And even self-repair didn't fly away just by such. I'll just give you this tiny example of repairing your hand mixer. I myself have focused in particular on television repair, 60s, and there I just hit upon the fact that it was quite normal that your TV would break down at least once a year or every 1.5 years or so. That was just normal because it was a new technology malfunctioning. When color TVs came up, they needed more repair than the more solid black and white television, for instance. Repair didn't disappear, it just came along in different shapes. And for infrastructure, for sure, it's totally clear that they needed repair a lot, and they still do. And part of, well, not having done that properly now put us in that situation of a badly running railway infrastructure. You here see just the example of repair workshops that were around 1930. Now, Workaround and pre-collage have been predominantly described for the global south. And again, sometimes here with more nostalgic views. Not this author, that's, sorry, you badly see that image. It's wonderful pictures, it's super colorful. It's e-rickshaws in Bangladesh. Jonas van der Straeten, who also shared a time here in Darmstadt, he analyzed how the electronic transition happens in Bangladesh, and shows that like they take old batteries and put them on bike rickshaws. But for sure, workarounds also are present in our everyday life, and you all have used duct tape, for instance, in different forms. Here's just one example. Every Apollo mission from Apollo 11 to Apollo 17 carried duct tape with them and used it for diverse workarounds. So repair in itself is a misleading term, as in particular Gabriele Schabacher has shown. It suggests that to repair the broken artifact is to turn back the clock, to the original state of the artifact and to leave no trace of the intervention. So usually that's not how you would repair it, right? You would make it nice and shiny. But wear and tear cannot be avoided. It can only be slowed down. Indeed, even unfinished long-term projects need care before they even go into operation. And that's a good example to illustrate that repair is a problematic term. You here see a picture of ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. It is under construction since 2007, and last year they began a major repair that was needed to continue setting it up. So the image, let's see when it actually takes on its work. So this is about fusion now around in everybody's mind for potential energy transition, not least here in Darmstadt. And the interesting thing is that ITER, by these repair actions, they learned lessons for their innovation. So repair can be part and parcel of innovation. It is not a secondary activity as innovation theories of the past have told us. It's not secondary, it's all around. And in our publication, we therefore used the kintsugi bowls, the Japanese kintsugi bowls on our cover. I didn't explain you that previously, but you see their golden lines. These kintsugi bowls served us as leading objects of this publication and also the exhibition attached to it. Kintsugi bowls do not hide the traces of repair, but refine them with gold powder. They mark repair practices as valuable, and they acknowledge decay and breakdown as normal part of things and technology. So I'll come to my second and shorter part. In his popular non-fiction book, The World Without Us, from 2007, Alan Weisman asked what would happen to the natural and built environment if humans suddenly disappeared. He described how urban infrastructure would deteriorate, but also, for instance, how long these man-made artifacts would last. One example is, for instance, the subway built around 1900. That would be flooded quite fastly because several hundred pumps constantly work to keep the water out of that system. And eventually, no human would be there to repair these pumps, so it would flood. But what we experience on a daily basis, however, is the opposite. It is not the human operators of technology who find their end, but the users of technology who attribute the end of use to technology. But what actually happens at this so-called end-of-life stage of technology once people have decided to take it out of service? Economic history and history of technology have described larger socio-economic processes of structural change, decline of technological sectors, or examples of regional deindustrialization. But it is only recently that the destabilization and decline of technology in itself has attracted historical attention. The hope underlying much of this research is that past experiences of phase out can provide lessons for the current challenge of decarbonizing economies. So the idea is, if you look upon the phase out, for instance, of asbestos or of chlorofluorocarbons, you might learn something how to take out the fossil-based technologies of the past from the current system. In history and humanities, we have done very little research on how technologies decline, how they disappear, or how they are left to decay. And for a long time, my own research on what I called Anmaking, or Entschaffen in German, had its place only in the emerging field of the waste studies, but went largely unrecognized elsewhere. And let me emphasize that unmaking, by now I would say, no, it wasn't the correct term, because nothing can be unmade. And it's really more about transformation of materials that's going along. Because think of Emschabbruch, the waste there is not being unmade. It's, as the German word Deponie is telling it, it's just sitting there for the future and changing, in transforming in materiality, left to its own decay. Actually, nobody up to now really knows what's going on in these landfill sites. It's largely unknown. So, unmaking is a problematic term, but nevertheless, it made help me looking at that field. Only more recently, also David Gugeli has focused on such issues under the title of his German book, Vom Verschwinden der Technik. Verschwinden. But as I said, it doesn't just happen by itself. Again, as in the case of repair, questions about the history of abandonment and discord are given a strong tailwind by a present challenged by a lack of things for the stuff it produces. So it's not that we are lacking resources so much in the 21st century. It's really about lacking things. And the most prominent example is what to do with all the CO2 that's in the atmosphere. So-called technofossils, according to the Anthropocene debate, now represent a greater mass than all moving biomass combined. So actually, mankind, well, I hate to say mankind, we should be more precise, and it was in particular Western mass consumer societies that have produced so many things and stuff and whatsoever, that if you want to believe these geologists that count that stuff, it's by now more than the biomass. And once again, let me start by distinguishing how I do not want to look at residues and remains. And that, again, is a kind of tendency that you find all around. Though I love these photographies by Bertinsky, they have a tendency, well, for the first, they irritate, and that's good. And they also have a tendency of, or a feeling of disgust. But they also contain a fascination for mass production and the technological sublime. But behind the grandeur of that rubble, there are stories and dangers, such as the role of tires as nesting sites for mosquitoes, and thus they have a potential to transmit diseases that these pictures do not tell. Then when Bertinsky shot these tire towers in California in 1999, it was considered to be the largest of its kind that had been accumulated. And maybe that's also the problem. He tends to look at these huge places, but it's all around. I mean, if you open your eyes, you will see waste piles nearly everywhere. So he took that shot in 1999. After he took the photo, lightning hit the pile. It caught fire and burned for 2 years before it was shut down, and probably leaving even further legacies. Many technological artifacts limp around to their demise, and even infrastructure or buildings from the industrial past have often vanished gradually, leaving behind what Anna Storm has called post-industrial landscape scars. So is the Emscher-Bruch then such a post-industrial landscape scar? Or is it rather a heterochronic technological landscape in constant transition? Some technologies have been deliberately dismantled, destroyed, or removed, while some rare examples have been preserved as cultural heritage, for instance, in museums or similar institutions. In summary, we have little historical knowledge about the so-called end-of-life phase of past technologies and what happened after they were decommissioned. On the one hand, in the course of the 20th century, science and technology have made it possible for producers to manage and control life cycles of technologies quite precisely. And more things, infrastructures, and technologies have been created. So while we know a lot about these lifespans of technology when they're potentially 10 and all this, and we have produced all that stuff, we hardly think about what happens beyond the end of use phase. What matters to me at this point is repair and reuse are entangled with the practices of removal and afterlife questions in many ways. And I'll just show you a very few of them. And this also is a personal matter. I mean, if you take the decision, or if you took the decision what to do with my electric, with my mixer in the 1980s, it's also a question, are you allowed to just throw it away in the waste bin? And that was the case. You put it in the waste bin and there was bulk services. So disposal infrastructure also influenced the personal decision on, do I still reuse that? Do I repair it? Or do I throw it away? But let's go and see some other examples. We do actually not really know what happened with old computers. And this image here suggests that mainframes that back then had a life expectancy of 10 or 12 years. I mean, the first mainframes were just getting used in the 50s. But here you see a computer graveyard that takes out these huge machines and recovers, for instance, cables. Copper is still sought after, but also other materials. Surprisingly, also tubes. The most prominent example nowadays is that of shipbreaking that you all know. We had a wonderful article by Ayushi Dhawan in this edition of Stefan Krebs and Me, where she just followed that ship and made the case that this certain ship that she analyzed carried along treasures for other economies. I mean, the ship itself already was old. It had been repaired several times. And that ship then, not as the one in the photo, not to Bangladesh, but to another coast in India. And environmentalists tried to prevent this dismantling in India at this beach, because they saw a toxic threat in that ship. It carried over 1,000 tons of asbestos, among other problematic things. But India's Supreme Court, while acknowledging the problem of asbestos, it also focused on the economic potential exactly of this asbestos, because that could be used in reuse in local building projects. So the Indian Supreme Court decided to take the ship and to do that reuse action. Moreover, they were there that the steel would provide employment for 700 workers or so in steel industry. And Bangladesh and India, they really recover a lot of scrap by ship dismantling. And she showed a diverse field of other reuses. Second-hand dealers, for instance, sought for the extensive fittings of that ship, including 2,000 televisions, 800 refrigerators, over 1,000 wall clocks, and countless other items, be it just knives or so, that were then sold on second-hand markets. Now, you might again get this as as a global south story, but think about transitions going on, discussed now for also Western Europe. If we transfer, from the traditional steel making to using the new methods of not coal-based steel making, scrap will become even more important. And scrap has been already super important in the whole business of steel making. My point here is just that scrap comes from old cars, old ships, whatever, from used things. And we keep forgetting these histories of scrapping, whereas for metal, for copper, it always has been prominent in history and still will be. I come to my last points, and we'll talk a bit on the problems connected to this, or problematic afterlives. By now, I told you some afterlives where economies could reuse certain steps. But with the examples I already mentioned, asbestos, CFCs, and things like that, you can already also imagine that there are problematic, toxic legacies around. And drawing on such research on toxic legacies, Soraya Boudia and others have recently coined the term of residual materialism. So they take up the term for new materialism and look into residues, and they argue residues are not to be avoided, they are hidden, but they are always there, and their materialism persists. And for that, they coin that term residual materialism. With this term, the authors want to provide a framework to grasp the socio-material properties of residual chemicals that are persistent, that defy control, and more often than not, remain actively hidden away. The past is always with us, these authors argue, and they say the past is always with us because our chemical-saturated lives and their residues provide to be irreversible. As there is no repair that goes back to the stage of the original artifact, there is no remediation or recultivation that goes back and turns the clock back. It's just a new intervention. In a similar vein, Bernadette Benso-Vincent argued that living in a nuclear world requires a radical revision of time, since the temporality of atomic traces and scars far exceeds that time that we have as humans. So we have superhuman temporal timescales out there in the technological world. A large number of aftercare measures, from post-mining to asbestos removal and other forms of remediation, have developed into important fields of science and engineering. Social sciences and humanities seem, at least in my eyes, to be lagging behind this, and for the moment they hardly offer any concepts to deal with these challenges. And it is precisely this direction which I will turn to in my upcoming research. So right now I'm working together with Simone Müller and Tina Asmussen, and we plan to elaborate more on past toxicity and waste legacies, and to frame such sites as cultural heritage. You probably already heard about nuclear cultural heritage programs, and we argue that's not just an issue of nuclearity, and we will use that term of Umweltkulturerbe to kind of integrate that into our heritage system. Let me summarize what I hope to have described to you. The common juxtaposition of old and new technologies suggests a linear sequence or even substitution, but in fact, technologies often overlap. A focus on repair, on reuse, and the afterlife of technologies helps us to move away from innovation-centeredness and grasp the heterochronic nature of technology. The temporalities of technology have expanded into a spectrum that encompasses extremes previously unknown in this field and more known in biology and geology, for example. The hundreds of thousands of years of radiation from nuclear waste are juxtaposed with artifacts or technologies that are only used for a short time or that even have a single use. And yet, when we throw them away, they do not simply disappear. As I see it, the history of 20th century technology has been less about acceleration, flexibilization, and the compression of time and space than about such hitherto unknown temporal distortions. There's a lot of thinking going on in the humanities at the moment about time and temporality, particularly inside the Anthropocene debate, which is forcing us to incorporate deep time into our historiographical narratives. A heterochronic understanding of technology would also have much to say within these debates. And with these remarks, I'll close my talk.
So thank you very much, Heike Weber, for this inspiring and brilliant talk. There are many, many ideas that came up. For example, when you mentioned these automobile mechanics and the structures for repair in the train context in the 1930s, I wondered if we could also speak of infrastructures of repair, which could be critical infrastructures with respect to the primary infrastructures. So, but I think there are many other aspects that will inspire questions or comments. So the floor is open. Yeah, please.
Can you hear me? I don't know.
Well, interesting new technology. So it's just the design.
You speak out a little bit.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was really great to hear that. I was thinking about circular economy when I was listening to your talk, and the traditional components of the circular economy, like the political proposals in the EU, they would also claim, of course, that they think about reusing and recycling. And I was wondering if you have some ideas for that open question. I thought that you have some ideas on how you would critique these conventions. From the perspective of
Yeah, actually, I wrote a lot on this idea of circularity. And to be honest, after a couple of years now, I'm puzzled. Should you actually argue so much against it? Because we all agree that any recycling that is done might be better than no recycling at all. But it's pretty clear. I mean, it's just like repair, remediation, recycling. The cycle will not be, we cannot close it 100%. And people that are in the recycling business know that exactly. Because if you go beyond a certain threshold, recycling becomes complicated, very expensive, even toxic. Take paper as an example. The main argument, I mean, one of the important argument is that we shouldn't change the removal and waste side. What really should be changed is the production side. And cradle-to-cradle proponents, such as the chemist Michael Braungart, he's very aware of that. He would tell you, well, we need to change production altogether to be able to close the cycle as good as possible. Actually, he's one who would say, it is possible to close that. If you produce waste that is not toxic, waste is not a problem as such. He always says, well, look into nature, right? It can be full of like the cherry blossoms that fall down. It's a huge amount and no problem at all. So he would make the example of paper towels that we use, single-use paper towels that contain chemicals that are problematic. So that is one of the major problems. So I have critiqued this idea quite a bit because closing the circle it's so dominant in our culture. It goes back to the Ouroboros, you know, this ancient idea of the snake that can bite its own tail. And I think, well, okay, if that is how the people can get there, then sometimes you need a good narrative, and you might need to make a compromise. So for me, it's just fascinating that this idea is always around. I mean, it was around in 1900 when people discussed about sewage, the sewage system. You had opponents that said, well, we are losing here the feces with their nutritions. And they said, let's close the circle. And it's around nowadays again, but it's problematic.
Test, test. Ah.
Great.
Just prepared.
Perfect. Yeah, it's repaired. Thank you for that inspiring talk. I really was puzzled by your concept of like seeing waste as a cultural heritage, especially like nuclear waste. I got it. Or this is how I understood it. And I was wondering if, or like to see it as part of our cultural heritage. And I was wondering if there aren't there like materials and things that even go beyond that? Like they do not only become cultural heritage, but more like part of ourselves and part of our existence. And I was thinking about plastic and leftover plastic, which is basically everywhere in our food, in ourselves, even in the Antarctica. And I like the idea of framing it as heritage, but I was wondering, couldn't you even go further?
Yeah, sure. So I mentioned that project on Umweltkulturerbe that we are going to set up with Tina Asmussen and Simone Müller. And let me just give you one example. For instance, I would like to look at these Schrottplätze, the scrapping places, what is the correct English term? Schrott, yeah. Where you give your old car to it and then it's being scrapped and demolished and whatever. These places, they were all around everywhere. They are usually listed as Altlasten, as problematic waste legacies, because of oils, of other chemicals draining out. The same is with chemische Reinigungen, chemical dry cleaning in every city. These are now problematic sites. So we would like, for my person, would like to look upon these everyday sites of contamination and just make them visible. That is behind this idea of cultural heritage. Because if you walk through a street, through Berlin, you'll see what is cultural heritage and you'll never see the problematic side of it. Go to Rummelsburger Bucht. It's full of old industrial sites and nobody is talking about the problematic toxic heritage which is around. I mean, it's under control. It's under control. So no worries, I don't want to scare you. But I just think that this stuff is out there and we should begin to talk about it. So that's so much on why we here refer to the studies. There's a whole field that terms itself as nuclear cultural heritage. They've done quite a bit of work here. But you're totally correct with the other dimension that you have referred to. That's just not so, I'm not so much looking into this, but please, you might want to consult Simone Müller's toxic commons concept, because she's arguing it's out there and we should begin to think of these toxic legacies as commons. And she opens her book with the reference that everybody nowadays has certain PCB amounts in the blood. We have plastic in our body. It's well known.
Okay, thank you.
So there are 3 other questions. I would like to pile them together because we have risk of running out of time. So,
thank you. I like this thing. Yeah. So the first question is fossilization and repair the opposite of innovation in the way that is it the opposite of
the first term is
fossilization, disappearance, these kinds of issues of vanishing? Are they the opposite of innovation intellectually? And then second, related, what do your ideas mean for innovation studies?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. You mentioned Edgerton and like you said, to get rid from the old and to see the afterlife of technology. But you also mentioned in your publication with Stephen Krebs that innovation also comes from repair. So if we have the term of innovation, can we get rid from the old? So is this what is the advantage to get rid from the term old if we also work with the term of the new, of innovation?
Oh, no, we need to stop there, and they are even connected. I don't have a pencil. Sorry, I missed my old technology here, but they can be answered together, which is fine. So no, I don't. It's not the opposite. It's just a totally different thinking of technology I mean, as I said, innovation has elements of repair, of rearrangement, and all of this. So it doesn't really make sense to have decline, fossilization, ruination as the opposite. No. But I must admit, it's difficult for me, and I stopped it there because I don't really come up with better terms. So I gave up on making for the described reasons, and I think referring to the heterochronic character of technology is the best I can do at that stage. It's interesting that our language lacks, obviously, terms to describe this. So in my view, it's even difficult to operate with that term, innovation. And if we want to have outreach to a wider public, I think we still need to use that term. On the other hand, I mean, we all believe out there, they believe in innovation as the thing to get the transitions done that need to be done. So it's also a matter of being able to speak to engineers. I have no solution for that. And now I forgot your precise question, sorry. But
In terms of the old, so
yeah.
We work with innovation, and the term of old technologies often applied to low tech or global south, how you mentioned. Can we get rid to this in the science, because this had a lot of meaning to demonstrate what view of technology we have, and also to determine the afterlife of technology when this is obsolete.
And I would never equate low tech and old technologies because it's just not the same. But you're right that out there, this is often done. But that is why I'm really saying we need to be able to talk not just to our bubble. And I'm not happy yet with all the terms I came up to, that they help explain that low tech is a very needed innovation potential for the future. Sorry that I don't really have good answers to that challenge.
Yeah, many thanks for an interesting talk also from my side. I was kind of thinking of a question when we just had the topic of nuclear waste, and it ties to the panel we'll just have in a few minutes about storage, and a discussion Moritz and I had yesterday about like what's the difference between storage of artifacts, materials, and like getting rid or disposing of these artifacts. And in some cases, as you explained as well, it might not even be clear if it's like a dump yard and if the materials there will be used later on. So do you think, I don't know, do you have a perspective on this? Can you like differentiate between storage and dumping? And is this like, yes, maybe we will use nuclear waste in the future. So is there any uncertainty tied to this from your perspective?
Mm-hmm. So if you just dump waste somewhere, it's always storing, as I explained, or leaving it to its own decay. the only more radical material transformation, well, you have certain transformations taking part in composting, for instance, that makes valuable, wonderful earth. But we keep forgetting about this wonderful low-tech principle for organic wastes. Otherwise, I mean, waste disposal has not been very innovative for centuries because what we do has always been done in humankind. Dumping, burning, recycling. We didn't really come up with anything new. Now the dumping has problems, not least because of methane production, for instance, and other unknown stuff in the landfills. A more radical thing was incineration, but here again, you just have material transformations going on and the ashes need to be stored somewhere. So actually, I by now am I take a more I take a perspective as you would have it with material flow analysis. With these people that look upon material flows and how they are just being channeled around and change their materiality. Sabine Bahl or people like this, or Krausmann in Vienna. And then a lot of terms that we have don't really make sense anymore. And this also comes close to the idea of technofossils from the Anthropocene debate. But here I really think we need to criticize that because they do not discern anymore like what region did what, and there's no human agency in that anymore.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Heike Weber, for the talk and to you for the discussion. Thank you once again. And now we have a break, 50 minutes, I think, and we come together at the 11:45. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first panel of today after a fantastic keynote. Welcome specifically to the panel on storage as critical infrastructure. My name is Moritz Kasper. I'm a doctoral researcher at TU Dortmund, specifically at the Faculty of Spatial Planning. My thesis is about the domestic storage of water and electricity in Nairobi, but we won't talk about that today. I have the great pleasure to co-convene. Huh? You can, yeah. I have the great pleasure to co-convene this panel with my colleague and friend Andrea Proczki, postdoc at the Bauhaus University in Weimar. Andrea completed her PhD already last year on infrastructure practices of unhoused persons in Berlin. You are a KRITIS alumna as well, so some people probably know you already. And your research interest includes unequal housing, infrastructure access, theory of practice, and the sociology of the body. Andrea will take over the discussion later. But before we have a discussion, we have the great honor to have 4 fantastic presentations. One by Ole Jepsen from RWTH Aachen. Then we have Valentin Meilinger from the German Environment Agency, Laura Marie Höss from TU Darmstadt, as well as Amarili Varesio from the University of Milan Bicocca. Quick overview, maybe the structure of the session is a little bit different than the other ones. We will have a short thematic introduction by myself. Then we have back-to-back presentations of 10 minutes each only, with only a little bit room in between for clarification questions. So if you have bigger questions that go more into the discussion, please keep that for later, where we will have ample time to talk about, and the discussion will be taken over by Andrea then. And I have the honor now to kind of move towards the storage topic. Thank you, Andrea. So, pretty much 3 years ago, at the KRITIS conference titled Urban Circulation, I presented myself for the very first time initial empirics and emergent analytics from my then very young dissertation project, which is on the domestic storage of water and electricity by households in Nairobi. Admittedly, the presentation was kind of botched and clumsy. It's not something that I remember fondly. However, I fondly remember that little KRITIS conference in 2022 as it holds a special place in my heart and academic trajectory. Not only was it my first in-person conference after the COVID travel restriction had just lifted slightly, more so, here I also met Andrea, Laura, and several other early career scholars that shared my interest in the social, technical, and technopolitical intricacies of infrastructures, be it from sometimes vastly different disciplinary and geographical perspectives. In particular, Andrea and I, both Berlin-based but not Berlin-employed, developed an academic camaraderie since meeting here, with my work being specifically directed at domestic storage as an infrastructural practice and at minor storage arrangements such as water tanks, jerry cans, and all kinds of batteries as de facto infrastructure in southern cities such as Nairobi. Also, Andrea's work on infrastructure practices of unhoused persons in Berlin presented ample accounts of the significance and criticality of quotidian storage arrangements, power banks, canisters, all kinds of alkaline batteries for the infrastructure lives and larger systems, technical or not. Now, 3 years later, with both of us leaving our dissertations behind, we are using the opportunity of this last and final KRITIS conference to expand of our own conversations on storage that we had over the years. From the very small intricacies of everyday storage that defined what we were researching on, towards a more multi-scalar perspective. From the practices and various containers of urban residents to a multiplicity of governmental and non-governmental actors. From Nairobi and Berlin, where we researched, to Gulu Town, Leipzig, Frankfurt, and Copenhagen, which are the diverse urban settings of the presentation in this panel. We strongly believe that a broad but targeted discussion of storage as more or less critical infrastructure is called for and timely, with ongoing transformations such as digitization and energy transitions, and the compounding poly-crisis of anthropogenic climate change and geopolitical upheaval, infrastructures of storage have found a new centrality in academic and public debate. and their importance is likely to grow. On the one hand, major large-scale storage arrangements by government actors or the private sector become even more important as our cities and our hunger for resources continue to grow, while we also try to reduce our ecological footprint. Grid-scale batteries, LNG terminals, and hydrogen storage to power our energy transitions, large-scale data center and server farms, massive dams, and natural water storage to quench our thirst. On the other hand, at the everyday scale of urban infrastructural realities, we see the rise of minor storage urbanisms, composed of countless containers and storage practices. Rather historical examples include night storage heaters that were especially popular in 20th century Western Europe, and the iconic wooden water towers that, until today, dot New York City skyline. Other examples of today include LPG cylinders for cooking, battery systems as part of small-scale solar, and the ubiquitous presence of all kinds of household water containers, especially, but not only, in southern cities, just to name a few examples. For my own work, I have conceptualized storage as relational and hybrid, as a social, technical, and socio-ecological assemblage of storing practices, storage containers, and stored stuff. As such, storage, or any of its adjacent notions or practices such as stockpile, backup, prepping, etc., all this entangles different flows and relations through which infrastructural stability can be achieved, but also be contested. Far from being static or antithetical to movement, storage itself is materially and politically dynamic and indeed enables circulation and infrastructural dynamics. Accordingly, the place and material-specific ways in which storage is deployed can reveal much about the organization of labor, the accumulation and circulation of capital, infrastructural inequalities and responsibilities, socio-ecological relations and metabolisms, and ultimately about the socio-technical functioning and the spatio-temporal ordering of our cities and the hinterlands. Acknowledging and wrestling with the multiplicity of storage as infrastructure, Andrea and I brought together 4 contributions that are concerned with water and energy infrastructures, both usually known for their circulatory and flow-enabling qualities. After all, both water and energy tend to resist quite strongly their own storage. The papers that you will hear today, or the presentation, address different, sometimes antithetical moments, spaces, material arrangements, and logics of storage that we will look forward to discuss. We are very happy to have them, and thank you. So, for our first presentation, I invite Ole Jepsen. Ole studied urban studies at the Bauhaus University Weimar and spatial planning at the Technical University of Dortmund. After graduating, he held various positions in administration and research, and since 2023, Ole works as a research assistant at the Institute and Chair of Landscape Architecture at RWTH Aachen. Thank you, Ole, for being here.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me. The following presentation explores how rainwater can be stored in open urban spaces and urban open spaces. And the results of the presentation are more or less an outcome of a field trip we made with students last year to Copenhagen from architecture and urban planning. The history of the European city and modernity is closely linked to the development of technical drainage systems, today's sewer systems. Especially in response to the catastrophic hygienic conditions during urbanizations, cities were rebuilt and networks of water supply and drainage were developed. From a hygienic point of view, these innovations were a success, and some literature goes so far as to say that the water infrastructure was a prototype for all other large-scale systems such as transportation, gas, and electricity. Infrastructure and urban planning in the modern era went hand in hand with the process of naturalization. The hygienic city, or the city as a healthy organic unit, flows circulate. In terms of water, this means that wastewater and rainwater is channeled directly from the city to sewage treatment plants. The hygienic achievements of the water infrastructure have meant that these systems have not been questioned for decades. But climate change and the increase in heavy rainfall are calling into question the direct drainage of rainwater in urban areas. Increased rainfall leads to overloading of the sewer system and flooding. This flooding often triggers a cascade effect in urban areas. Interdependent infrastructural networks collapse, and so does the city of flows, like the transportation network in this example. The sponge city concept is intended to respond to this problem. As a resilience strategy, it is not an alternative to the sewer system, but an extension that is intended to reduce the pressure on the sewer system. The decentralized storage of rainwater is a key element here. In Wendell's words, storage is a volumetric and temporal arrangement. In the case of rainwater storage in the city, there are three possible ways of handling the stored rainwater. First, retaining the rainwater and delaying its flow into the sewage system. Second, to make rainwater indirectly usable in order to support the nature water cycle through evaporation and infiltration. Third, to make the water directly usable, for example, for flushing toilets. In all paths, the sewer system is relieved by delaying or diversifying stormwater flows. In short, storage ensures the flow in the context of heavy rainfall events. How to design stormwater storage in urban open spaces. This was the guiding question of a research field trip to Copenhagen last May with students of architecture and urban planning. Copenhagen experienced a catastrophic cloudburst event in 2011, which led to extensive damage to property and major restrictions on public life. This was taken as an opportunity to formulate the cloudburst management plan, which was a game changer for urban stormwater concepts in Europe. Many projects in the plan relate directly to the sponge city concept. During the field trip, we looked at various cloudburst projects which can be classified primarily as urban squares and parks. In the field work, we identified three typologies in which open spaces can store rainwater as containers, which we called technical sponges. For example, sealed open spaces such as sports fields or parking lots where rainwater is stored using technical solutions. Green sponges, where rainwater is stored using nature-based solutions, or third, green roofs. The typology of technical sponges deviates from the classic sponge city principle, which is primarily aimed at nature-based solutions. It therefore makes more sense to speak of a hybrid sponge city concept at this point. All typologies can be combined with underground storage, for example, with a rigole that allows rainwater to infiltrate with a delay or systems that make rainwater usable. On this slide, you can see examples of the various open space typologies. For example, we have the Tasinge-Platz, a green sponge, bicycle parking facilities at Nørreport Station, which store rainwater by lowering it, and Østergro, an intensively planted rooftop farm. I would like to explain in more detail how rainwater can be stored using the example of Østen for Hummeln, a so-called technical sponge in this case. Østen for Hummeln is an open space project in Vesterbro district that consists of a playground and a public and popular sports field. Below the playground is a rainwater tank, and the sports field can be flooded as a rainwater retention basin. In a normal rainfall event, the rainwater from the roofs and surrounding areas is first directed into the underground tank. As you can see from the sectional views, there are theoretically no restrictions on the area. The rainwater is then released into the sewer system with a delay. During heavy rainfall, the rainwater is directed into the sports field through an overflow valve. This naturally means that the sports field can no longer be used. The playground theoretically has no restrictions. The rainwater from both the sports field and the tank is released into the sewage system with a delay. The project is therefore an example of how delayed rainwater drainage can relieve the sewer system. It also shows how rainwater storage can be integrated into urban open spaces through design and multifunctional solutions. My former colleague, Inga Bolik, who did her PhD here a few years ago at Darmstadt, refers to these multifunctional stormwater open spaces as amphibious urban spaces. Another interesting example of the relationship between storage and flow is the St. Kjeldsplatz in Österbro. The reuse of stormwater in the city is critical for hygienic reasons. Road salt and tire abrasion contaminate the water, making it unsuitable for watering local vegetation. At St. Kjeldsplatz, an example of a green sponge, a first flush and second flush principle has been developed for this purpose. In a first flush, the rainwater from the roofs and the surrounding areas fed into a chamber below the drainage pipe. This chamber fills up, and as soon as it reaches its maximum filling level, a ball seals the chamber. It is assumed that the contamination of the second flush is significantly lower, so that it can now be fed into the green area for watering. There, the rainwater is stored in a low point where it can be released through infiltration and evaporation. This example shows how many-sided the relationship between storage and flow is. In this example, storage controls, delays, and diversifies different flows. At the same time, stored water is used for watering the vegetation. The examples of Copenhagen show the sponge city concept is not an alternative to rainwater drainage via the sewer system, but an extension. Storage delays and diversifies stormwater flows, which is intended to ensure grid stability. To prevent the collapse of drainage infrastructure and the associated cascading effects, rainwater storage is a critical infrastructure element. The projects in Copenhagen show that the construction and the mediation of this critical infrastructure is also a task for landscape architecture and urban design. The examples show that stormwater storage can be usefully combined with other functions in urban open spaces. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ole, especially for being shorter. Any clarification questions? Really quick one. The one in the back?
I don't know, since you said clarification question, if that's still appropriate or if we push it to the back, but I basically wanted to ask what the difference is that you see between this sponge city concept and the sponge city concepts that are popular in Asia, especially like in China. Is that pretty much the same concept, or
I
are
think
there?
it's a more discussion
Okay.
question. Maybe we
Okay, thank you.
it.
Thank you, Ole. Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you again, Ole. We're done. So we really try to keep like the questions just a clarification if something wasn't clear. But we move on now to the next presentation, I'd say. Thank you, Ole. Our next presentation is by Valentin Meilinger. Valentin is a human geographer trained at Goethe University Frankfurt, and his research revolves around the shifting relations between infrastructure, water, and landscapes in cities under climate change. Valentin holds a PhD in spatial planning from Utrecht University, where he defended his dissertation entitled Sewers, Ponds, and Gardens, Technology and Politics of Circular Water Flows in Los Angeles in 2023, right? So in 2021, Valentin is a research associate at the German Environment Agency, studying the politics of remaking German cities as climate resilient sponge cities. Valentin, thank you, and time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction, and of course, thanks for inviting me and Andrea and Moritz to this panel. I'm very happy to be here and talk about my current research. This is also working, so perfectly. You want to put this away?
Thing.
Yeah. Forgot about.
Yes. No.
Okay. So the title of my presentation today is From Home to Planet, Navigating Water Scarcity in the Frankfurt Region's Climate Change Technopolitical Landscape. So this research explores how different actors in the Frankfurt region are trying to deal with water scarcity under climate change. And there's a particular focus on how particular politics of producing water resources and using them, and politics of climate adaptation, how these politics emerge from attempts to connect urban homes and gardens, inner city spaces, and rural areas through new infrastructures of water storage. Today, we see a planetary turn in the environmental and also social and cultural sciences, recognizing that human activity has become a geological force in shaping the planet, and at the same time that the planet acts back on societies and especially also cities in increasingly unpredictable ways. The planetary boundaries concept is an attempt to deal with this new condition, and it defines key Earth system limits to maintain ecological balance. And this concept has also significantly shaped debates in local environmental politics. So integrated urban water management frameworks, what they're doing at the moment is they aim to render pollution and resource limits more tangible objects in local environmental politics. This includes concepts like enhanced groundwater management for water supply resilience, or also concepts like the sponge city, as we heard just now, which focuses on capturing, infiltrating, reusing, and slowly discharging stormwater. So this article that I'm presenting today studies new tensions between, on the one side, planetary abstractions in local environmental politics, and on the other side, the contested and malleable character of urban space and urban nature. And I'm trying to capture these relations by looking at infrastructures of groundwater storage. Groundwater storage offers then a good lens to reveal the politics of what Bruno Latour and Weibel would call the critical zone, which is the fragile and dynamic layer where terrestrial life exists on the planet. In the Frankfurt am Main region, groundwater has become increasingly important over the last years because of severe water shortages during dry summers. The map shows the city of Frankfurt at the center of the region, located between the Vogelsberg, which is a rural mountain area north of Frankfurt, and the Hessische Ried, which is actually very close to Darmstadt. It's between here and the Rhine River, which is a former floodplain along the Rhine River. Frankfurt currently sources 75% of its drinking water from these two areas, only sourcing 25% locally. And since the post-war period, the city has reduced inner city waterworks. It has shut down these waterworks, and the reliance on imported water from the regional system that is operated by Hessenwasser, which is the regional utility, has increased. This contrasts with two other cities in the region that I've looked at, which is Oberursel and Offenbach. Both rely still very much on local sources, which come under increasing pressure because of climate change. And these cities are trying to relocate wells within their territory, but also they're becoming increasingly reliant on the regional supply system. And this regional supply system sources mostly from the Hessische Ried, where groundwater management has a distinctively agricultural history, which I found interesting. So historically, farming conditions were in this floodplain were aimed to be improved through drainage channels and groundwater pumping. Only in the 1960s, when water needs in Frankfurt grew, this led to the formation of the Groundwater Pumping Association Hessische Ried, which orchestrated the construction of water import networks to Frankfurt. And more pumping then led to a severe forest dieback in the Hessische Ried and close to Darmstadt, actually here, by the 1970s. So to balance groundwater levels and also cater to the needs of the city of Frankfurt, a facility that treats Rhine water and infiltrates it into the Hessische Ried was built in 1989. This so-called infiltration-based groundwater management system regulates groundwater levels independently from natural recharge. And the map shows, I don't know if you can actually see it now, it shows that compared to the 1990s, the groundwater table is actually higher at the moment because of this system. So the Hessische Ried has been portrayed as a landscape of naturally fluctuating groundwater levels in need of technological control for agricultural modernization and also to protect houses and infrastructure from flooding from the high groundwater tables. And I argue that this particular framing also justified infiltration-based groundwater management as a tool for water supply expansion. And this approach, which is like a supply-driven approach, remains contested today because these issues of forest dieback are not resolved, even though there is higher groundwater tables. Then in the Vogelsberg region, the city of Frankfurt extracts groundwater since the 19th century, and which has sparked local protests. And in the 1990s, an activist group called the Schutzgemeinschaft Vogelsberg was successful in enforcing groundwater extraction limits based on minimum groundwater levels in biotopes. Nowadays, with growing climate change, the activists have shifted their attention to the spaces of water consumption in the Frankfurt region, and they're actually advocating for a more differentiated water use to reduce potable water demand and these imports. So historically functioning as an area where Frankfurt could alleviate resource pressure, I argue that the Vogelsberg has turned into a pressure space. So by articulating local specificities of the Vogelsberg ecosystem, the activists made it possible to establish planetary boundaries such as biodiversity loss and climate change as more tangible objects in negotiating water management in Frankfurt. Water utilities consider using water from the Rhine River for groundwater recharge as a preferable alternative supply source. This differs from what environmental activists in the area here in Offenbach frame as alternative water supply sources and uses. Activists from the Stadtfieber, City Fever initiative, they aim to restore what they call lost sponge landscapes, that's how they call it, by filling up historical drainage trenches that were constructed for forest work. Since 2018, there was a drinking water crisis, which drew more attention to local groundwater aquifers. And also this led to a revival of Offenbach's brief 19th century attempt to actually become a spa town after discovering high quality mineral waters, which seems unimaginable today because it has this post-industrial image, the city. And so instead of being seen as a hazard following industrial pollution, local groundwater is being reframed as a resource not only for drinking water purposes, but for climate adaptation in terms of providing water for the vegetation and also for urban cooling. So this example shows that stock taking of water resources is contested. What the activists are trying to do is to create certainty about the limited groundwater resources by really explaining ecological relations of these local groundwater resources to challenge persistent growth ideologies. And water utilities, they always highlight the uncertainty of local groundwater because of pollution, trying to justify what they are doing, the investments in the Hessische Street in expanding water storage in the Hessische Street, which represents, I argue, a technological certainty about virtually limitless water supply also under climate change. Finally, private homes and gardens illustrate the cultural complexities of addressing water scarcity in the region. Oberursel, which is nowadays a wealthy suburb north of Frankfurt, close to the Taunus Mountains, probably most of the people here know it. Originally, post-war neighborhoods in Oberursel had smaller homes on large plots for food self-sufficiency in the post-war period. And these neighborhoods have transformed into suburban upper-class enclaves nowadays. And this transformation implies that new homeowners are nowadays installing automated irrigation systems in their large gardens. They're outsourcing gardens maintenance work, and also after the Corona crisis, a lot of pools have actually proliferated in the area. So all this drives water consumption, and it especially produces these peak demands in summer when actually the supply is the lowest. And to address these peak demands, the city of Oberursel implemented, and also other cities in the region actually, implemented what is called Trinkwasserampel. That's a traffic light system that reflects current consumption patterns or behaviors within a municipal water supply system, and imposes different water use restrictions based on criteria that are actually intransparent at the moment. So that's a bit of a critique of these systems. Of this instrument. According to a local water manager, this instrument can reduce daily water demand by around 30% on a day of a peak demand, which is a lot. And that's why the utility manager frames water shortage as an issue of efficient water distribution, solvable through short-term use restrictions, water storage, and transportation infrastructure, whereas environmentalists argue that this is kind of this temporary reduction does little to address the region's declining groundwater levels amid overall consumption. To conclude, I think I can make maybe two conceptual conclusions. First, I suggest that the production of urban water resources increasingly involves navigating what I call ecologies of limits in urban space. This perspective reflects the work of Karen Bakker, which highlights that resources are produced through boundary making practices. And I think infrastructures of water storage can be understood as a technopolitical intervention into these ecologies. And this works by specifying, obscuring, or bypassing how particular limits such as groundwater pollution thresholds, unbearable urban heat, biodiversity loss, or ideologically unacceptable limits of resource use, how they matter or how they do not matter for producing urban water resources. And the second conceptual conclusion, the article aims to ground debates on technopolitics in a geographical analysis of space, and this is achieved by exploring urban homes and gardens inner city spaces and rural hinterlands as specific technopolitical landscapes of water storage and use. And space here is understood as a historically evolving material semiotic system that takes shape in specific landscape forms. And the meanings associated with these landscapes, they mediate technopolitical power, which I understand with Gabriel Hecht as technology's capacity to enact political power and authority. And I suggest that the central role of infiltration-based groundwater management in the Hessische Street for water supply resilience cannot be understood without the area's particular meaning. A history of agriculture modernization and the technical control of fluctuating groundwater levels to protect property help to portray this infiltration-based management system as kind of a self-evident progression of the area's development. And also the focus back matters for the politics of groundwater storage and use in a geographical way. Activists succeeded in making the focus back matter as a technopolitical landscape where planetary abstractions like biodiversity loss and climate change could be rendered more tangible objects of environmental politics in the critical zone. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentin. As before, quick chance of clarification questions. Anything that needs to be clarified immediately? Okay, then. Thanks again, Valentin, for a great presentation. We move on once more and turn our gaze towards energy now. I want to welcome Laura Marie Hurst. Laura is a research fellow at the Institute of History at TU Darmstadt here and an alumni of the research training group KRITIS. She studied history at LMU Munich and Universidad de Salamanca in Spain and holds a master's degree in historical urban studies from TU Berlin. Her research interests lie in the intersection of STS, historical urban studies, and her dissertation focused on the transformation of public transport and energy infrastructures in the city of Leipzig from 1980 to 2000, right?
Yes, exactly.
Fantastic. Then,
thanks for the introduction.
Yeah.
So, hello everyone. Today I will talk about a small aspect from my dissertation research that focused rather on the post-socialist transformation of traffic and energy infrastructures in Leipzig. But I also discovered in my research this interesting fact of stockpiling as a means of preparedness and prevention to the GDR energy system. And this is what I want to talk about today. And I will first present my case studies. As I said, for the Ministry of Coal and Energy in the GDR, having an adequate stock of lignite on site was critical for the energy production and supply to protect the energy system against and to be prepared for supply shortages. And then secondly, I will discuss the inadequacies and pitfalls of this strategy of stockpiling, which appears simple at first glance, but it isn't in fact. And at last, I will draw on some more general conclusions. So I'm sorry for the poor beamer quality, so you cannot see the pictures really properly, but it shows a coal storage ground of the Jenschwalde power plant, and at the next to it, the construction site of a defrosting hall. So in the GDR, stockpiling played a crucial role both in everyday life and in maintaining infrastructure service, particularly in energy supply and production. Due to the criticality of the raw material, lignite, for the energy system, adequate stockpiling would have been an important strategy of preparedness and prevention, especially because the country's energy production relied on only a few Großkraftwerke, enormous power plants of high criticality that were responsible for the majority of the country's energy production. Like all industries, energy production in the GDR was centralized and organized in geographic clusters. This meant that only a few regions, and most notably the Leipzig area and Lusatia, were responsible for supplying electricity and heat to the entire country. Although the Ministry of Coal and Energy recognized the need for adequate lignite stockpiling as a preparedness strategy, its implementation remained insufficient, particularly for supra-regional electricity production. And two main factors were responsible for this.
Well, first, storage capacities did not meet actual demands. The demand for lignite was simply too high. At the Tierbach power plant near Leipzig, 20,000 tons were burned daily, while at Boxberg, the GDR's largest power plant in Lusatia, the figure was as high as 100,000 tons. This corresponded to the deliveries of 130 freight trains with 12 wagons each, and this every day. So due to this immense demand, stockpiles could only cover short-term supply bottlenecks and minor outages. The system had to rely on a just-in-time production model as the power plants lacked the ability to store significant amounts of lignite. This meant if supply chains from the open-cast mines were disrupted, existing reserves would not have been enough to maintain operations for long. And secondly, the challenging characteristics of the raw material. For example, especially the Leipzig lignite had a high water content and froze easily at low temperatures. So extraction often had to stop when temperatures dropped significantly below zero, making winter the most critical period for shortages. But at the same time, there were no thawing or heating halls of adequate size where lignite could have been stored during the colder months. The failure to adequately prepare for foreseeable disruptions, such as extreme cold spells with an adequate preparedness strategy, resulted in cascading failures in energy supply during both the severe winters of 1978-79 and 1986-87. You can see this on the left side of my slide. The combination of lignite-specific vulnerabilities and inadequate preparedness measures created systemic risks to the regional and national energy system. At the municipal level, the problem was similar, but the implementation of the preparedness strategy was much more successful. Here too, an adequate stockpile of energy sources, in this case coal briquettes for heating, was essential for the population's energy supply. The Lord Mayor of Energy at the Leipzig City Council, an office roughly comparable to a head of department in municipal administration, and the so-called Permanent Energy Commission were responsible for safeguarding the population's energy supply. On the left, you can see one of those like coal deliveries for a household use. And instead of centralizing stockpiling for the upcoming heating season, the path of individual house-by-house storage and stockpiling was chosen here. The biggest stumbling block at the municipal level was the unreliability of coal deliveries. And to avoid this, a longer period of building up the stockpile was chosen, and so work already began early in the summer. So, there are some specific imperfection of stockpiling as a preparedness strategy, although it seems like easy at first glance. You just store the stuff you need. But what I want to show with this example is that stockpiling is by no means a trivial practice. In the case outlined here, it was particularly tricky in the winter due to specific characteristics of the raw material. And in other historical cases, such as, for example, the Berlin Senate Reserve, the perishability of food and other items is an additional factor to that. So therefore, there's no stockpiling without storage and supply management. And it also contains a specific temporality, because stocks may also need to be built up over a long period of time, and therefore it's no short-term measure. And in this specific example of the GDR energy system, the resource itself, lignite, was only partially suitable for storage in form that it would have actually made a difference in the event of disaster due to the quantities required and the specific material characteristics, like, as I already said, the high water content. And also, resources are needed to implement and execute stockpiling as a preparedness strategy, like storage space, a surplus of the required goods and monetary resources to keep the required goods in stock that are necessary. This is also pointed out by Andreas Volkers, who writes about how this practice, which is aimed at future disruptions in circulation, can initially lead to scarcity to critical goods in the present. This is because the future-oriented strategy of stockpiling, in the sense of being prepared for disruptions, interferes with the availability of resources in the here and now in order to be prepared for scenarios such as failures of supply chains or other risk disruptive events in the future. I need to drink a sip, sorry. Also, the ability to stockpile varies depending on the goods to be stockpiled and the capabilities of the actors. So stockpiling bears some specific inequalities, like, for example, the scarcity thing, or resources are not always available abundantly in the here and now, so it is particularly difficult when the resource is scarce. It also possibly produces new inequalities. And this was last the case in the example outlined here, since lignite was sufficiently available in the GDR, and it did not have to be imported, nor were other countries dependent on it, but consider, for example, medicines or disinfectants or masks during the pandemic. And vulnerabilities at the individual level also need to be taken into account. So consumers have to make advanced purchases, and this can be difficult for those who are already struggling to make ends meet, as it ties up capital and monetary resources. Also, storage space is needed. The GDR strategy failed because it lacks storage capacities. But this challenge also rises in view of current demands. For example, the BBK's call for individual emergency stocks. And I don't know how many of you living in a rented apartment and are blessed with the luxury of a pantry or a dry cellar compartment, but in times of scarce living space, this is a problem, especially in cities, and disadvantages those groups that are already disadvantaged because they live in cramped conditions. And all this means that stockpiling is more complex to implement than it appears at first glance, as a look at historical and contemporary examples show. And due to another scarcity, time, I cannot go deep into the details of how GDR officials cope with the imperfections of their chosen preparedness strategy in events of crisis, but I'm happy to give you more insights on that maybe later in the discussion. So thank you very much.
Panel, which is time. There's an opportunity to still ask a clarification question, if anyone has a clarification question on Laura's elaborations. Fine, we have enough time later on. All right, then last but not least, I'll ask Amarili Varicio in front. Amarili is a PhD candidate in cultural and social anthropology at the University of Milano Bicocca. She's conducting research on green energy politics and the multiple forms of energy routes from below in Uganda as a way to imagine and think about alternative energy futures through creative low-tech solutions. So, Amarili, stage is yours. And,
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and thanks to Moritz and Andrea for organizing this panel. I'm very happy to be here. So here we are. So this is part of our work, which is still in progress, part of my PhD fieldwork. So we are in Uganda, between Gulu in the north and Kampala. So here today I would like to talk about electricity storage through the battery artifact in two very different Ugandan contexts where autonomous and grassroots energy transformations have taken and are taking place. So these type of storages are implemented by different social classes and have very different implications, but they allow us to think about possible and plural energy futures, to question the hegemonic idea of energy transition based on decarbonization in a context of the global south, and to ask to what extent storage as a symbol and critical technology of the transition contributes to create a just society or not. So first of all, I would just like to give you a picture of the electrical landscapes of northern Uganda and Uganda. So last year in February, with the commissioning of the Karuma Dam, there was a surplus of 1,000 megawatts of installed electricity capacity, so optimism spread across Uganda electricity sector. However, in 2023, nationwide, residents connected to the grid did not exceed the 20% of the population. And in the Acholi region, where I conducted, in the north of the country, where I conducted the research, the Acholi region had the third lowest access to electricity among Ugandan's 15 sub-regions. And in the city of Gulu, for example, access to the privatized electricity infrastructures remain low, especially among low-income communities and small businesses. So the use of batteries in different places, commercial, domestic, leisure spaces, is pervasive, even though the type of and quality of battery, of course, differs according to economic availability. And despite also the expansion of affordable Indian and Chinese solar batteries, used car batteries are still commonly used as an alternative storage solution. So since the 80s to the present, when the car batteries no longer starts the vehicle, it is taken and reused into the house, the home, for lighting or for powering TVs, music systems. So over the decades, the circulation of such used car batteries has created an economy based on repair, charging, collection by scrap dealers, and sales activities carried out by local micro-entrepreneurs, which are an essential part of the daily energy provision for low and middle-income populations in Gulu and in the rural areas around the city. So Dr. Battery is at the heart of such grassroots energy pathways, and it was opened in 2004, and its main activities are repair, maintenance, charging, rental, and informal sales of second-hand car batteries. So specifically, they replace acid, they do cell replacement and terminal remanufactures. And most importantly, once these batteries have reached the end of their life, they can be recycled locally through industry located in Kampala, and where they recover the lead and produce new batteries. So, but most importantly, the management of such storage artifacts create everyday discursive spaces that question the extractive logics of the central government. So in this sense, in addition to the genocidal policy of the Museveni government against the Acholi people in the north during the civil war that ended in 2006, many residents denounce how northern Uganda is still seen by the central government as a source of economic returns, for example, through land grabbing for agro-industrial development and large-scale charcoal production. So the use of such batteries contributes to a minimal collective electrical autonomy in a context in which the oppressive power of the central government exacerbates social and economic and infrastructural injustices. So now I would like to move to Kampala, the second study case, where storage, this time in the form of lithium-ion battery, has begun to take on a certain relevance, especially for the promotion of e-mobility, celebrated as one of the most effective solutions to climate change and atmospheric pollution in the capital. So one of the big players in the sector is the government, with the founding of the company Kira Motors Corporation for the development of electric buses. You can see it there, and electric cars. In addition, there are also several private companies, for example, Zembo, Spiro, Bodawork, that assemble electric motorcycles and aim at targeting the informal mototaxi transport system. Instead, compared to cars, for example, last year, there were 83 electric vehicles registered in Uganda, and a good portion of these 83 vehicles were represented by vehicles imported independently by the Ugandan elite. So in my study, I focus on this small group of people, about 10, after ending up in their WhatsApp group. So they describe themselves as EV missionaries and are owners of both hybrid and second-hand electric cars imported from Japan. So here I would like to report very quickly the experience of Paul, which is the first Ugandan who has imported an electric car in 2019, this Nissan Leaf 2014 model from Japan. So from the first month, he started like a 5-year investment plan with an insurance company that took a certain amount of money from his account monthly. That is the money that he saved on oil in order to purchase a new battery for the car. So the contract expired this month, now in March, and Paul is now waiting for a new lithium-ion battery pack that he bought from China, from the Chinese Vivne company. So he would like to reuse the old one to power his home solar system. So once the new battery will be available, Tobius, one of the few mechanics in Kampala who specializes in servicing hybrid and electric cars, thanks to YouTube and internet, will help Paul to replace the battery pack. And something which is new to both of them, which is something unique. And Tobius himself has built his own electric vehicle, this one you see on the right. So, but it is common for him to replace the cells in the nickel metal battery for hybrid cars, which is the one in the middle, and also the cells for the lithium ion batteries in electric cars, which is the one on the left. And those, the residual charge from the faulty cells in both vehicles can be reused for home storage, and it is something that it is already done. So in conclusion, those are the, okay. In both cases, in Gulu and Kampala, of solarized urbanization, the different storage artifacts are fluid and versatile technologies for secondary applications, for home storage, for example, in both elite and marginalized spaces. But they also contain two different energy presence and potential energy futures. So for example, in Gulu, the adoption of second-hand lead-acid car batteries has become an important energy infrastructure for low-income and middle-income population at the service of their frugal practices of the majority of the people. So this type of storage recalls the concept of pluriversal technology, which is locally managed and repaired, and easy accessible due to the economic convenience. While in Kampala, the adoption of electric vehicles supported by lithium-ion batteries is the result of an augmented grid, to take the words of Jagli, made of a high-quality solar system which support economic saving from expensive national tariffs and also allows access to new forms of consumption, such as electric cars. So moving away from frugal practices. So furthermore, in Kampala, lithium-ion batteries in EV cars allow the promotion of a green exclusive futures that ignores the environmental consequences of management of such artifacts in the absence of infrastructures capable of managing them, no? For recycling, for example. So just a final thoughts, as Bonelli argues, this scholar, there is a need to question the universal vision of an era oriented towards storage in the form of lithium-ion batteries to achieve net zero emissions. So not to fix the future on only one type of storage, but maybe to broaden our gaze to examine other, maybe more modest alternative that exist. And if storage is considered other, maybe more modest alternative that exists. And if storage is considered as a critical infrastructure for climate mitigation strategies, it is also necessary to ask how and to what extent it contributes to building a more equal and just society. Thank you.
Before we move to the discussion, any clarification questions for Amarilli? No? All right, then I'll hand over to Andrea, who will spearhead the rest of the
many thanks, Moritz. And yeah, I would like to invite all the speakers to the front for our panel discussion. So I should use this
So yeah, to quickly recap the talks, we heard from Ole Jepsen about the use of sponge city concepts to store excess water in Copenhagen. And in some contrast, Valentin Meilinger discussed how similar ideas are applied in the Frankfurt-Main region to preserve water for times of drought. And moving to the domain of energy provision, Laura Höss explored lignite storage in the GDR as a strategy to address delivery shortages. And finally, in a more contemporary and maybe also individualized context, Amarili Varesio introduced us to power storage in lead-acid batteries and also in lithium-ion batteries and the economies developing around these storage devices. So now it's time for your questions, and please raise your hand. I will take note of the order. And also, if there are a lot of questions, I will prioritize those who haven't spoken yet. And I will try to balance a little bit the questions between speakers. Yeah, let's begin. Any questions? Yeah, the person in the red outfit.
Thank you. I want to make a remark about Mr. Meilinger. The Hessian reed is much more difficult than you explained. Sometimes within meters, you have a change between wetlands in the former Neckar riverbed flowing here beside the Rhine, and on the other hand, on the dunes of this riverbed. And so on one side, you have the danger of flooding cellars and flooding fields. On the other side, you have forested. They were planted there 150 years ago to prevent sunstorms. And these forests have, in these 150 years, never seen groundwater. So it is a very complex area here. And water storing is fine for Frankfurt, but it's very dangerous for the houses in these former Neckar beds to be flooded in the cellars. We have experienced this in the years ago, and therefore it's a very complex and not such as simple as you explained. The Hessian reed is a nice water storage for Frankfurt.
Yeah, I think that works now. Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree. I mean, there's much more complexity to the Hessische Reed that I could cover in this talk. Of course, there is questions about like trying to raise the groundwater level in a particular area just like to feed water to existing forests, and there is all these kind of legal contestations about the forests with the BUND, environmental organization. But what I was the argument that I'm trying to make is that it's about the interpretation of the history of the Hessische Reed. I feel like it's been. I have read, for example, protocols from the Hessen state government in the 1980s when they invited Klaus Töpfer to come here in order to talk about the problem of raising groundwater levels as a hazard for houses and infrastructure, which is of course a real problem there, and it has to do with like suburbanization in an area which has been where the groundwater levels have declined. And what a particular political group at the time was trying to do, for example, they were trying to advocate for expanding the import system to Frankfurt, and at the same time they invited Klaus Töpfer to talk about the problem of raising groundwater levels. So it's about really what do you put in the forefront, and how do you kind of describe this landscape, and what kind of need of technological control does it have? And this serves different purposes, and I think I could reconstruct it a little bit, that it's really about the interpretation of this landscape as a landscape of agricultural modernization and this control of fluctuating groundwater levels, and that this was used to justify that system. And I think you can make that argument also based on these protocols. But of course, I agree that it's highly contested, and there's a lot of complexity to that ecology which I could not cover now. But I'm not trying to deny the complexity of the ecology. I'm more working on the level of interpretation. What does that ecology mean, and what does that mean for what kind of technologies we choose to control it, or to leave it as it is, or to whatever with it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I would like to thank all of you for sharing your presentations, and I mean it's also nice to see this compilation of storage as infrastructures, with storage like really emphasizing that's the socio-practical part of infrastructures, like storage as practices which are happening on and with and through like merely technical infrastructures. But I have, and now also it's difficult to to differentiate also, as you probably discussed earlier, what is storage and what is infrastructures. But I think now with this talks, it could be a bit more clearer that the storage is actually that's what people do. But I have one question for Amarilli, and it's nice that you also focus on like allied groups in this one case study, because sometimes, I mean, also when I talk with my students, they always like tend to focus on minority groups or marginalized groups, which is very valuable. Sorry, my English. But or sometimes we forget to like look more closely what the elites are doing. But I would like to do you have any more insights how these kind of practices, which are obviously also represented in the media and in public spheres, how they are perceived by other actors and like also people who are not part of these allied groups?
So such practices that are like, I try to, oh my God, I try to explore something which has not happened yet. So like this kind of secondary application of the lithium-ion batteries has not happened yet. No? So it's kind of a projection that they want to do as a group. So probably it will be something that we will see more in the future. So actually, there is not much publicity, like much talking in the public space of like secondary application of such batteries, because it's something very, very new. So as there are 10 owners, or and the other owners of EV cars are like part of companies. So it's something very small which is coming. There is like a bigger focus is on e-mobility, like for motorcycles, and actually there is like a thought about like how do we reuse such batteries when they arrive at the end of their lives, and the problem is that like only big company, like some big companies are thinking about shipping containers to China, but it's something like also very elitarian, let's say, because only these kind of actors can do such things. So, but also, yeah, what I was trying to maybe to put the focus on is that there is not much discussion about the management of such storage artifacts. So yeah, there is a very narrow focus related to decarbonization, which is on strategies for decarbonization, which is e-mobility. But then there is no much discussion about how do we manage them at the end of their life. And yeah, I don't know if I answered to your question. Okay.
Okay, I wanted to ask the person in the blue shirt in the back, you wanted to ask a question during the talk. Do you want to ask your question now? Wait. Okay. It's your turn.
Thank you. Just for Oli Epson, basically you talked about that that sponge city concept, which I had before heard primarily from the Asian context, especially like Chinese cities. And obviously, water is kind of handled differently in different areas of the world due to climate and stuff like that. Is there a difference between the sponge city concept in your context for Copenhagen and the Asian cities, or is it pretty similar in how it's handled?
I'm not an expert for sponge city concepts in Asia, but from my point of view, as far as I know it, the concepts in Asia have often a different scale. The projects I know are mostly large-scale projects, mostly at rivers, and in Copenhagen, it's more a pattern of a lot of decentralized projects in the urban area. And I would say the Asian concepts are mostly based on nature-based solution, which I said before, and the concepts in Copenhagen, I called them somehow hybrid sponge city concepts because they are working with a lot of technical solutions too, like the sports field, which is, or other concrete containers which can be filled with rainwater in the urban area. So yeah, I think these two things, scales and nature-based solutions versus hybrid solutions, are maybe a difference between Asia and the sponge city concept in Copenhagen.
Can maybe add to this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Quickly, I looked into this too, and that there was a Chinese big program, sponge city program launched in 2014, which became famous and kind of traveled around the world. That's why we talk about this also today. But I think one big difference is also, besides what you said, I think is also that Chinese cities, they haven't been built at the time, you know, so it was a concept for new construction as opposed to our cities here, which are kind of built out, and you need kind of different, you cannot plan this the same way you plan it in China. And the difference also, like yesterday we heard that talk about the Berlin streets, right? So actually sponge cities really becomes an issue in dealing with the entire heritage of cables and everything that is underground. And it seems a bit more complex to actually do it in existing cities. I think that's an important difference also.
Okay, thank you very much. Was very interesting.
There was a question by Philippe Beutenmüller in the front, in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My question is for Mr. Meilinger, and you talk about the municipal approach in kind of nudging to regulate the use of water in Oberursel, like with this traffic light system. And what about the response from the inhabitants in this area? Are they so reliant to this, or are they used to this, or also was some kind of protest to this municipal approach? And what in general, what rule do the people that live in this area do in this in the system of safe water? Are there punishment? Are there initiatives? So what is a little bit more of the role of the habitants, not only of the political area?
Yeah, I think it was not so much contested actually, and what is also considered as a big success. So I said this number of 30% of reduction, what a local utility manager there told me, and from what I heard from, I was talking to an activist group in Oberursel, and they said also that they didn't observe so many breaches of these regulations, basically. So people stopped irrigating their gardens, for example, and actually did that, and they did not refill the pools. But it's also, of course, difficult to control in terms of finding these kind of regulations are very, very hard to control. The municipality doesn't have the capacity to do it. But I don't think they are so contested, because also it was really very present in the public discourse at this time that there was like a shortage crisis, and people kind of reproduce this and also change their practices. But the problem is that it's a very short-term thing. And another very interesting development is that the criteria for when you switch the different phases on the street light, they're actually different in every municipality, and you don't really, and they didn't want to make them transparent. And I heard that the state government is trying to come up with some criteria now to actually make it a bit more transparent, because it's just, you don't know based on what they decided to switch into a specific phase. Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, thanks. I put myself on the speakers list, but I'm going to note down the other questions. Okay, I have a question for Laura Höss. In recent years, we heard a lot about storage practices. I think also in the German context, because due to the war in Ukraine, there was an import stop to Russian gas, and then there was a lot of storage practices basically done by the government, like building LNG terminals. There was a lot of discussion about the capacities of German gas storage. And also there were maybe inequalities becoming visible. So there was a large inflation of energy, and a lot of people couldn't afford like warming their homes anymore and similar things. And do you think, it's a big question, but do you think there's really key differences between how a real socialist country, as you described it, stores, and which inequalities also exist, and a capitalist country as Germany? Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that question. That's really a big one. I would say the biggest difference is that the GDR government failed to carry out a proper storage or stockpiling strategy, especially for their needs. So, yeah, and maybe another difference is that on the individual level, like when you were referring to recent attempts to stockpile and build up storages. So like on the individual level, we were like not affected at all as individuals, as citizens, and in the GDR maybe yes. And also when you look at practices, I'd say that back in the days, back in the GDR, there like storing or stockpiling practices were much more on the individual level now, were much more common and spontaneous. I'd say they were not carried out that how do you say, strategically. So people like stockpiled when there was a surplus of certain things, because you could never know like when the good was available again. And on the state level, or like on the official level, there were attempts to carry out like this stockpiling strategy, at least with regards to the energy system, but like it was not carried out in a satisfactory way that could actually make a difference. So although there was a strategy and they acknowledged it as an adequate preparedness and prevention strategy to their infrastructure system, this did not mean that they succeeded because of the like specific resources in terms of storage space, and also practices that where certain demands could not be met. So I don't know if that answers your question. So it's like there are a lot of differences, but I cannot really say that that's the big difference. So it's like it's very patchy.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just to connect to that briefly, I guess there are a lot of groups right now in recent year that are heavily affected by energy shortages because they just can't afford anymore to access energy. But maybe in the GDR it was more widespread or something like that, or?
Yeah, but I mean, they're not storing it themselves at home. Like they do not have their own batteries where they like buy the. Maybe we'll get to that. Maybe if energy, how do you say, energy inequality and inflation gets worse and worse, we will end up with like practices where people store electricity or like energy in, I don't know, in batteries at home, so they can buy it when it's cheap. Like maybe we'll get to that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm a historian, not a future analyst.
Yeah, thank you. There were multiple questions now. There's a question by Kurt, and then I have you on my list, and yeah, okay. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, then go ahead.
Yes, I think one thing we didn't talk about to this point is that there's a change of the role of the state. We can see because when you think of socialist states, they are very interventional, and the state is in role of giving giving energy resources and in this example, storage. But with the example of neoliberal era and less state in the past years, the energy crisis in the last years is a good example, I think, how the state comes back to the role of being a part of making sure energy is there. And of course, there's a discussion about, okay, who's giving the energy to, and is it mainly for the economics or for the people? And we had all this discussion, but I think important is that we have this change in the role of the state, and even though we don't, we can't say, okay, it was in socialist states well done. The idea of the role of the state as an active actor to be there for the energy supply is different than maybe 10 years ago or something, I would say.
Thank you. That was more a comment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks. That's an interesting thought, I guess. There's some feedback. Is that my mic or is that this one? But it's not so bad, is it? So okay, so we can continue, I think, with Kurt Pöschel.
Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for all the intriguing contributions. My name is Kurt, and I'm also a member of the current KRITIS research training group. And as a fellow anthropologist, I have a question for Amarilli. So in your presentation, you mentioned the role of WhatsApp and YouTube. And it's very interesting for me that recycling as a skill and a profession also kind of needs this more modern media as a means to communicate. And I was wondering if you could briefly elaborate on the role that has for the people in your field side, and also how you approach and study that as a researcher.
So yeah, thank you very much for the question. So as I said, like there are few mechanics specialized in hybrid and servicing hybrid and electric cars, and they mostly use like these Chinese YouTube videos to understand how to do the work. So for sure, it's part of this grassroots self-learning that is very important. But also like in Gulu for these repairs of batteries. They were looking at, for example, building new cells for the lead-acid batteries from Indian YouTube videos, where there are these repairers that build the whole batteries from scratch. So it's something that was intriguing them, and they would love to like do as the Indians are doing. So it's actually part of the learning environment, and it's something new, of course. Like this, for example, the lead-acid battery workshop started in the early 2000s, and just like recently, they found these videos on YouTube. So for sure, it's very important. And we would, like for the case of the replacement of the lithium-ion battery pack, we will see if it will work or not, how dangerous it will be, because of course it's actually more dangerous to manage like a lithium-ion battery pack than lead-acid battery. So yeah, it's it's a bit tricky, but yeah, for sure it's very important for them. Yeah.
Thank you. There was Kurt's neighbor, I think, also had a question.
Yes. My question is, my name is Bethel, so my question goes to Valentin. So it's about, during your presentation, you mentioned something about aquifer recharge and how that complements the whole concept of storage and in cities and urban areas. But I wanted to be sure, I think this is more about the clarification. Does aquifer recharge, in the sense you've described it, does it also include managed aquifer recharge, or just normal natural aquifer recharge?
Yeah, it's managed aquifer recharge. So
You're
this-
actually referring to managed aquifer recharge?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's a plant that is doing that. Yeah.
Huh?
They constructed a plant in 1989 which like treats water. It takes water from the Rhine River, treats it, and then technically infiltrates it into the ground. So it's a managed aquifer retreat system which is independent from natural recharge by the precipitation regime of the area. So that's the whole point why it's framed as a resilient water supply system.
Okay.
Thank you. The person in red had another question.
Yeah, thank you. I have a short question to Mrs. Varesio. How are these few electric vehicles charged?
So actually, most of them, they did like the installation of the charging points in the home through these mechanics that I don't remember exactly the technicalities, but like they had to adjust, of course, the plug because the normal plug cannot sustain the current for the electric vehicles. So they're actually charging it at home. And now there are like 7 charging points in Kampala that the government has installed, but they are fast chargers, so they actually ruin the I don't know, the cable. So actually nobody wants to use it. So yeah, it's a self-made work.
Thank you.
In the home.
Thank you. I have another question for Ole Jepsen and Francisco, you're on my list. So Ole, you explained that the sponge city concepts in Copenhagen sort of not replaced, but augmented maybe older ideas of the circular city, and that this circular city was also like a hygienic city, and like stagnation was kind of thought of as being unhygienic. And I was wondering, do sponge city concepts in Copenhagen also bring problems with them that were addressed with the circulation concepts back then? For example, if you think about insect larvae growing in the ponds that you would have in the city, which is a problem in different contexts worldwide, and maybe other problems that you could think of. Okay. Do you want my mic?
Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure if there are problems like you described it, but I remember a bus driver during our field trip told something like that there are negative sides, like you had described it, that it's sometimes uncomfortable during, I don't know the English translation, it's a little bit schwül at these green sponges. Humid, so I think there could be this hygienic problems, especially like I told it with contamination from the surfaces, which get into the storage elements. I think we can discuss about these hygienic problems.
Thank you. Maybe that's something to think about further. Francisco, you had a question in the middle at the window.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to all of you for this panel. It's also a question to Ole about contestation, about how these systems were built. Because if I got that correctly, this is a process of about 15 years, let's say, and the infrastructure is already there. And what about friction during these processes? Because several years ago, we were talking about, let's say, Copenhagen cycling infrastructure as a very good example, having like kind of this concept of Copenhagenize. And now we are seeing all these sponge city best practices in 10 years or 15 years. So what are they doing or not doing that these transformations are like really quick and really fast in the city?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Sorry, I have to think about it. I'm not sure about this.
Maybe you can come back to it if you want to. Are there any further questions? Otherwise, I have some quick thought about Laura's presentation still, and I think it was very interesting that you pointed to how the water content of the lignite led to problems with the storage. And yeah, I think we've also seen that in other cases, and it's also interesting. It's, yeah, for example, if you store water, that insect larvae can grow and stuff. And we also maybe saw it in Heike Weber's presentation before, that you need to kind of control the biophysical characteristics of storage artifacts, sort of. And yeah, to what extent do you think that's a case, like that's the case for storage generally, or is that tied to specific materials or something like that?
Yeah, thanks for that thought. Because like it was not a big part of my research, but I think it's this whole storage topic is actually deeper than it looks at first sight. So, well, first of all, yes, and it depends completely on the material. But also, well, I quickly referred to the Berlin Senate Reserve, which was like food being stored for another blockage. And this did not only you did not only store goods and food and stuff, and and also cows and cigars and interestingly, but it also sort of stored, or how do you say, it bounded not only material resources and food resources, but also workforce resources. So it was storing actually is quite a complex practice. And you think about it, oh yeah, you just store aside the goods you need, but it's not like this. You need to manage it, and you need to I don't know, take trace of it, how much you have and how much you need and when it will expire and all that things. And with the lignite, it requires a very certain way of storing it. So, and this is also mainly why it did not work in the GDR, because they did just not had the storage capacities, or the storage capacities did not have the characteristics needed. So, yeah, maybe my suggestion is to look at storage and stockpiling in a broader sense, and not just thinking about being a one-term practice, like taking away stuff and leaving it, but there's still things happening to it, and it needs to manage. And maybe it's more a continuous practice than a one-time practice, and then you can you don't have to worry about it, and then you can worry about it when you actually need it. So yeah, maybe it's also a dynamic concept or a dynamic thing.
It's a perfect last word, and I think actually we need to wrap up this session to be on time. Ole, do you have any thoughts to your question, or? All right, no, that doesn't matter. Maybe in the coffee break or something like that. So yeah, I think we need to wrap up the session, and I'll try to summarize some of the learnings about storage from the talks and also from the exchange we just had now. Many thanks to all of you for engaging in this discussion. So as we learned, the term storage denotes versatile practices that may be used to get rid of resources at a certain point of time, maybe to deal with them later. Such, for example, as water in times of abundant rain in Copenhagen, but also to hold resources for times of scarcity. And these different practices strongly relate to different infrastructure-related rhythms. So these are both natural rhythms of rainfall and sunlight, as in Amarili's case, but also rhythms of markets, for instance, as in the case of, yeah, maybe of the GDR lignite, I'm not quite sure, but at least in the case of Russian gas, that's probably the case.
And also, yeah, storage practices are used to gain a certain independence from these rhythms to allow for practices, for instance, water and energy use at different times when these resources are not available. But they often also require recurrent practices. Also, storage practices are closely tied to socio-natural metabolisms, as you can see in the case of lignite that freezes, or water with larvae, for instance. And also in all of the cases reviewed in the talks, state actors took an active role in storage practices in order to protect the city from natural events such as flooding, in order to regulate access to resources such as water or lignite, or in order maybe also to promote investments in certain technologies. And on the other hand, private actors also practice storage to pursue their interests, as we could see in the case of gardeners in the Frankfurt Main region or households in small workshops in Uganda. Yeah, so in some cases, these storage practices of private actors also get in conflict with each other or with state actions. And I guess this makes storage a field of conflicting interests and contestations. And I guess that's something we can observe for infrastructures more generally, which makes them such an interesting object of inquiry. So yeah, many thanks for your participation in the panel. I think we can move to the lunch break. Moritz, do you have any last words, or are you happy? Thank you very much.
Ist das schon Ihr Wasser?
Ich weiß es nicht.
Dann wahrscheinlich nicht.
Ich habe extra das hier angefordert, weil ich wusste nicht, wie groß oder wie klein das hier ist. Und ich dachte, das entscheidet größer. Ich glaube, wir kommen aber nicht klar. Ich nehme noch trotzdem gerne.
Selbstverständlich. Einfach.
Weil dann kann ich ein bisschen nicht bewegen.
Ja.
Ich kann auf die Leute zugehen. Das ist
Einfach ganz wach.
okay. Wenn es rot leuchtet, ja? Also rot ist ja eigentlich mal böse.
Das stimmt, ja. Herr Schenk, die Moderation übernehmen, der Herr, der gerade in den Motor kommt.
Wir würden noch so 2 Minuten. Wir haben uns gerne was auch ohne Film. Ich kann es nicht lesen. Ich habe es Genau. Also auch das hat die Genau, wir haben auch, also wenn man von Filmen wir haben auch das später, der gecancelt wird, also wir haben einen, ja. Genau. Mal einmal ja.
So.
Welcome to the afternoon session, the panel 4. My name is Gerrit Schenk. I'm principal investigator of KRITIS and professor for the history of the European Middle Ages, specialized in environmental history and the history of infrastructure. That's quite evident when I'm staying here, and ceremony and politics and some other topics. At the request of the organizers, I am taking now the task of chairing the keynote speech of this afternoon. And the afternoon will be opened by Ulrike Teck. She comes from the practical side in our field of study. She's professor at the Lübeck Technical University and specialized in, I don't know whether this is the correct English expression, material science or something like that. Okay, and she will now speak to us to the meaning of the hybrid threats in the Baltic Sea region for the security of the supply of the cities. And you know, this is since the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, a hot topic, a special hot topic. Please.
Hello, dear ladies and, oh, that's really loud. Hello, yeah. Could you turn it down a very little bit? Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much that I can be here for the day. And yes, this is right. I'm a professor for material science in mechanical engineering. And as I can see here, a lot of young people who are perhaps within their PhD work or something like this. And I actually made my PhD in the Technische Universität Bergakademie Freiberg. So just a little bit as a background. Yes, I'm a professor, but for now, as I'm at this moment, I'm a professional politician. I am, so to say, I have holiday from my professorship for 5 years. As what you should not do, you should not be a politician and a professor at the same time. What I'm going to talk about here is that here, and just very briefly, because I came just day before yesterday. I came back from Sweden. We had a meeting in our working group. I will show you my working group pretty soon. And we just discussed the newest on the Russian shadow fleets and on the hybrid threats over there. So I do have some, let's say, newer information perhaps on that. But, you know, first of all, I would like to start in and have a look. Why is what's going on in the Baltic Sea, or perhaps also in the North Sea, I will show you that, important for cities? What meaning does this have for the critical infrastructures of cities? Here you can see a map of electrical lines, actually. And yeah, perhaps I will take the pointer now. Okay. Okay, so, okay. What you can see, and this is what I would like to show you, how important the offshore infrastructures are. Here you can see the North Sea, and here you can see the Baltic Sea. And you can see here these red lines, exactly in these positions, and we will come to this a little bit more in detail. And also here, we have large wind farms. And the lines you can see there are the connections to the shore side, and then furthermore, and you can see this rather easily, that when we look at this here, they come in here at the shore, the electricity, so to say, and is transported down, or here transported down to Berlin, or that one coming from the North Sea, going here into this region then. Meaning that the cities, actually, where do you get your electricity from when we think about renewable energies? That's the point. Then you get most of the energy at the moment from the offshore sites, because there we produce the most electricity. Also, this with some numbers, I will come back to this point. But for me, it was really important here to show, well, cities are not alone. You're not an autonomous island inside a country. The cities, and especially the energy infrastructure, so the cities are more or less a node inside of this, but you're a part of a large network. And thinking about renewable energy, and this is actually more and more in the future be the case, renewable energies are decentralized energies. So meaning that cities become more and more dependent from the countryside, so to say, or from offshore sites, because renewable energies are produced on the countryside and not centralized perhaps in the city anymore by fossil ways. So this is why the cities will become more dependent on that. And however, with the renewable energies, and this is what I also would like to say, we reduce other dependencies from fossil fuels, not only good for the climate, but also good when we talk about the Russian aggression against us. And when we see that we have learned in Germany that we made ourselves dependent on gas from Russia. And this was a large mistake. And actually, to be really fair, I'm afraid at this moment, because now we make us depending on the gas supplies from United States. So, and United States at the moment is not perceived as being a very stable democracy anymore. We discussed this in the Baltic Group very, very much. And we perceive and we concluded more or less that we should leave United States and do something else. And I talked with my Danish colleagues, and Denmark, when you think about Greenland, just a little bit anecdote at the side. Yeah, when you think about Greenland, Mr. Trump would like to take over Greenland. Denmark doesn't like that very much. Yeah. And so I think, and this is my true belief, and my Danish colleagues really follow me with that, that we still have to have strong alliances in the North Atlantic room. And what we should be looking for, we should look for Canada at the moment. Now is the best time to come together with Canada, to make contracts with Canada, looking at security, but also looking at on economy. So we should do economical contracts with Canada. This would be very important. And when you look on the map, the geological situation then for Greenland is much better when we have such North Atlantic access existing. So again, let's come back to our own story here. We must understand that from now on, the cities are more and more depending on the decentralized energy productions. For example, in Schleswig-Holstein at the moment, we produce 250% renewable electricity compared to what we use up ourselves. We are at 250% at the moment. However, it will not, we could say, well, let's stop, it's enough. No, we don't do that, because we know there are cities to be provided. Hamburg is provided with lots of energy for us, and you cannot put a big wind power plant farm inside Hamburg. This is not really possible. So this is the point behind it, what I would like to bring you here. So the Baltic Sea region, the Baltic Sea is full with infrastructure, full and crowded with infrastructure. I will show you some examples later on. What we find there are pipelines, gas pipelines, for example. And I'm not only talking about Nord-Ost-Link, which was, let's say, blown up basically, and which will not, when it's coming down to us, not be erected anymore. But we have to also keep in mind that the Baltic states have different energy philosophies than Germany has. Germany is really far advanced in renewable energy, and you don't see this in every country like this. Perhaps with the exception of Norway, so because Norway is nearly at 100% renewable energy, owing to the large water, to the water power plants, to the hydropower plants. However, the water in the wine for Norway is they still drill for oil and gas in the North Sea and sell that to the world, basically. So, okay, also we have pipelines, we have cable for electricity, we have cable for data. But however, then also it's a place of transportation of ferries and railways are around the Baltic Sea. Then there are also, of course, you have container ships, you have oil tankers at the moment, which are very popular right now. I'll come back to the oil tankers. So there is a lot in the Baltic Sea going on, and we all kind of depend on this. And soon there will be the so-called Fehmarn Belt tunnel, which is connecting Germany with Denmark. A very large construction. It's a tunnel which will be sunk down to the ground of the ocean, and then later on cars can drive through that. And you know what? The Russian Shadow Fleet already investigates very detailed the location where the tunnel will be in future. They are already there and looking at that. So what we understand is that the Baltic Sea is a very interconnected sea. So it's not only separate states around it, we all depend on one another. We have ferries among each other, we have cables among each other, we provide different types of energy to one another and data, and the data are really, really important in that also. Looking at shadow fleets, what is actually a shadow fleet? This is a rather new, I'm pretty sure that this will be the word of the year, will be shadow fleet perhaps. A shadow fleet comprises oil tankers. We have to accept that since the Russian invasion to Ukraine, the number of oil tankers starting in St. Petersburg, somewhere here, and then going all the way through the Baltic Sea, here through the Kattegat, and then to the North Sea, drastically increased since the invasion of Ukraine. The oil transport along that line makes about 50% of Russia's oil exports. So this is significant what we have here. In 2023, for example, roughly 1,000 oil tanker transports were like swimming through the Baltic Sea. And wait a second. The sad story also behind this is within only 2 years, Russia made 225 billion euros, so in German Milliarden euros, on selling this oil. And we all know that is sanctionized. So actually they are not supposed to, but the point is we can't stop them doing this. I come to this point also because this is a big question mark. Why don't we just stop the oil tankers crossing by? But this is international sea law, and they know very well that they are swimming only in the so-called exclusive economic zone in the sea, and the exclusive economic zones in the sea, they have the right to do so. So they are not in the national waters, they are outside the national waters, and there the international sea law says there is freedom of passage. Yeah. So the fleet, the so-called Russian fleet, I mean, the number is roughly 200. Sometimes these are more, sometimes these are less, but are roughly 200 oil tankers. And the very sad story behind that is, so they do bypass the sanctions on Russia. And the sad story behind this, that Western ship owners sold their very old oil tankers to any kind of country, and fill them with Russian gas and transport it now, meaning that the ships were formerly owned by Germans, and now they sell it for the purpose to overcome the sanctions. And this is really, really, really bad. And this is actually this is a political topic which must be politically discussed, and we must look at that as these as between 2022 and 2024, the German ship owners have sold 11 tankers and made 200 million euro turnaround on that, by overcoming sanctions and purposely making money out of this. Okay. So, and now, why is the shadow fleet actually so dangerous? First of all, these oil tankers are really in a very bad technical situation. They're rusting, they have holes. You can be happy if they're still on top of the water and don't sink down. They're really in very, very bad situation. And to one of the oil tankers, I will come in detail a little bit more. So they have a very bad condition, and this is a danger for nature and for the environment in the oceans, because when the oil tanker breaks, I mean, we know what happens then. Yeah. So the next thing which makes them so dangerous is not only that they have oil on board and that they're really in a very bad technical condition, is that the pilots, and briefly in German, das sind die Lotsen. Not because I say this because a pilot, usually you think he's flying or something like that. No, so the pilots which are hired by the Russians have no insight and no know-how about the geology in the Baltic Sea. However, this is indispensable for a pilot of a ship to know where do you have deep waters and where do you have not deep waters, in order to safely maneuver the ship through the Kattegat, for example. And the Kattegat, when we briefly go here again, here you can see this is the Kattegat, so they have to go through here. And you know what? In that region, you have partly only water depths of 10 meters. So it's very easy that a oil tanker like this is going on ground, and that we get a really, really bad disaster. What else is so bad with these ships? These tankers, and not only these tankers, other ships too, I also come to this point, they're turning off their automated identification system. So the transponders are turned off all the time, meaning that you don't see them there anymore on the radar screens. You don't see them anymore. No one knows where they are and where they go and what direction they do. And also no communication is possible. And whenever you try to communicate with them, they just don't answer you. So they are really like ghosts out there in the sea. With the depths I've talked about, okay, and this is an important point, and we just politically decided that we would we made a Bundesratsinitiative in order to tackle that point down there. They're not insurance, these tankers. And you may think, yeah, well, insurance is what for? And so just imagine this tanker really goes on ground or breaks, and then you have this oil disaster everywhere. And they are not insured, meaning that we have to pay them for that, for the cleaning and for everything which is behind it. And what we did now politically, we decided that we want to have zones in the Baltic Sea along the coasts where ships which are not insured do not get the passage. They are stopped then. So we try to stop them by this. It's not only about the insurance, but this is a possibility to stop these tankers so that they not go further into the sea, into the Baltic Sea. So what we can conclude from this is a very high risk of collisions and oil catastrophes. And the tankers itself, by that, become a weapon, so to say. So it's not only for sanctions, it's a threat themselves. And here now there is one oil tanker, this is the Eventin, and this is a rather new case. He's registered under the flag of Panama, and this is a very important point. They are not registered under flags of Russia. Any kind of country in the world shows the flag for these tankers. The owner, again, are someone else. Very often, this is so complex that no one really knows who the owner is in the end, but they are all filled with Russian oil and do this by the order of Russia. On 10th of January this year, the oil tanker Eventim said we have a power breakdown and they couldn't maneuver anymore. So they were swimming without control in the Baltic Sea. And this is highly dangerous now. So under these circumstances, they're pulled back here. You can see this. They are then so smaller ships, and you have a cord here, and they pull this to the next shore wherever this is possible. And that's what we actually did. He floated, first of all, in front of Rügen without any control. And I want to say he had 100,000 tons of oil on board. Means if this would have got out, nearly the entire Baltic Sea would have been covered with this. It's enough to destroy nature in the entire Baltic Sea. Only one oil tanker is sufficient for this. Actually, we kept him. The tanker is now in Sassnitz, in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. We hold him still, and he's being expected now for safety to traffic, for the environment, and also, of course, if the oil on board is illegal oil. Otherwise, I mean, the safety thing is obviously there because he had no control, but we don't know if they purposely turned that off. You know, this is also something you never know. So there's an inspection ongoing. We expect the oil tanker perhaps to be released within the next 2 weeks. Shadow Fleet 2.0. Commonly, the shadow fleet is understood to be these oil tankers, as you have seen, as we talked about. However, there are many more other ships, and when we say, okay, there is a fleet, yeah, with a purpose which is in Putin's brain, basically, yeah, then there are also other ships which are really, really dangerous for us. These are, of course, military ships, the oil tankers, container ships, fishing boats. Even Russian yachts can be found trying to do damages on infrastructures, and also oceanographic research vessels. So where you say, okay, and they are employed, they have measurements and they have equipment on board, enabling them to really look for everything and to really find out where what infrastructure is. So so this is for me basically Shadow Fleet 2.0, because any kind of ship is possible to do harm or to espionage on what we have there. What makes them suspicious, and I show you that with some more examples here. For example, here's a science ship, the Yevgeny Gorekletchan, and this ship came also from St. Petersburg, and here in this position is a little bit bad. So this is the ship, obviously, bad to see. It was moved like this. This is the track the ship made. And then here it went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all the time, all the time, all the time. This is exactly a position of a very large wind farm. Yeah. And the German coast police then swam over to them and said, hey, move on, you're not supposed to here crisscross here along this place. So they moved on, but then they drove next to the submarine area of the NATO and did the same again and crisscrossed always there. So this is, and you can't really legally, you can't hinder him really doing that. Yeah. Another example is the Nunu polar bear. I think this was in media quite a bit. The Nunu polar bear came, this was on 7th and on 8th on October 23, coming from St. Petersburg. no, wanting to come from Kaliningrad to St. Petersburg. And Kaliningrad cannot be seen here now at the moment. Kaliningrad would be down here somewhere, actually. And St. Petersburg is up there where the dot is now. So the ship came from here, crossing over here and going then this way. By this way, it damaged 2 data cable. This data cable connecting Stockholm with Yuma. Then it damaged the Baltic connector. This is a gas pipeline. Then here another data cable between Helsinki and Tallinn was damaged. Yeah, and how did this ship do it? It threw out the anchor and trailed the anchor behind him for more than 180 kilometers. Yeah, so this is not just an accident that the anchor topples down and is being trailed for 180 kilometers. This is done by purpose. Yeah. Within 2 days, everything was found out, and the repairs were done quite quickly. However, when you have such incidents, actually our wish would be to be even faster. The issue sometimes is when the ship crosses by, it crosses by also Latvia, Estonia, and so on, and it goes by different national waters. Yeah. So, and then the laws from country to country change, and the responsibilities change. So one calls the Coast Guard from Lithuania hands over to the Coast Guard of Estonia, and so on. This is a procedure, and all these kind of procedures, they take place, and we must be much faster in such cases here. Another example is the Admiral Vladimirsky, and this was in 2023 when this boat also came from St. Petersburg, went here, and then into the North Sea and toppled everywhere, very specifically always there where the wind farms are. And for the Admiral, for this ship, I had some news looking up today, actually. The Admiral Vladimirsky, as I said, in 2023, it did already, was very close to subsea infrastructures, for example, in the region of England and Netherlands. In year 2024, this ship was really calm and didn't do a thing. Why? It was in a harbor and it was repaired. But already in January 25, so just now, the ship started in Kronstadt the very same day when the NATO started the Operation Baltic Sentry. And it can be again just an accident that the very same day when the NATO action starts, the ship starts also. We don't believe in accidents looking at this. This was certainly done purposely. Also, this ship turns off the automated identification signal. What is done with this ship at the moment? It is by the Coast Guards and by the police ships. It is guided from place to place to place. We don't leave this ship alone anymore. We can stop it. We can go on board. We cannot interfere, but we can follow that ship and watch it very closely. And this is also something very important, that we show up, we are seen, they know we are there, and they know we watch them. And this is very important, that they don't have the impression they're alone, they can do whatever they want out there. Looking at the wind farms, here this is in the Baltic Sea, and you can, yes, hello. Here it is. Here are some wind farms. Here are some wind farms, and here you can see the connection to the shore. And so the wind farms themselves are perhaps not in danger, because then you would need to break down every single windmill. This is really a lot of work. But what is truly in danger are the connections, of course, and the transformers going along with the electricity. At the transformers, we will have another look. And what we have installed there is significant. When you see here the sizes, 1.4 gigawatt, here we have installed 1.7 gigawatt. And to bring this into a relation for you, 1 gigawatt is about the installed capacity of a nuclear power plant. So, so that you get a feeling of how much we are talking about here, and it becomes worse. So here you can see such transformers. This is exactly the transformer here in the wind park Baltic 2. And about that region, this is where this ship was crossing around and looking around. So we really have vulnerable structures outside there. Here we can see a picture of the North Sea, and this is rather brand new. Not even everything is existing on the map. And as you can see, this is called Netzentwicklungsplan. So this is a development plan for the net, for the electricity, for the electrical grid offshore in the North Sea. So we do have already plenty wind farms outside there, but not all are yet existing. So this is a map of existing and planned wind parks. And also here you can see that these lines, these are planned lines. The interesting thing is you can hear or sometimes see this word Suchraum. This means that the line yet is not existing. We have only the corridor for the electrical lines. And a corridor for new electrical line is a so-called Suchraum, in which we are looking for the specific and very detailed position where the cables should be running then later on inside that corridor. And the Bundesregierung gives us a criterion, one of the most important criterion for electrical lines also onshore is they should be as straight as possible. This can be physically and technically understood. The straighter, the lesser cables you need, yeah. But then, of course, you have hurdles. Then there's a town. You have to go around a town. Then you have a highway. You have to do something with a highway. You have a natural resort. You have to get around a natural resort. So from a straight line, then in the end, a snake basically results. But as straight as however possible. So we will build really a lot here. I come to the sizes of gigawatt then also. But this also means that in the North Sea, the objects of interest for interventions become more and more and more. This is the converter station Dolvin Epsilon here at this moment still in Norway. I was actually there. I was inside that. This is like a giant factory. And this converter transforms 900 megawatt electricity, so in the range of a nuclear power plant also. This one connector, it's like a big socket, so to say, I would call it. And when we are looking at transformers, for the function of transformers, when you have here a wind farm, you produce some kind of current. This goes into the transformer where direct current is made of, and then it goes onshore into the next transformer where then again our current as we use it is made from. This is electrical engineering behind this, but this is really giant electrical engineering. Big sockets, big plugs. So I mean, something which doesn't really fit into your home, I would say, really big. But then you also can see, I mean, by intervention, you can cut this, you bomb that away, you can cut this away, and then it's getting tricky. I would say the light in Germany doesn't go out like this because, and this is the important thing, Germany is part of a international electrical network. And this is where we say it is important that we have good cooperation, energy cooperations with our neighbors. In case something happens, we get provided by France, we get provided by Poland, we get provided by all kinds of neighbors, and we really must stay together in these times. Looking at the sizes, this makes perhaps a little bit more, shows how significant this is. These numbers are actually from 2023. I wrote down newest numbers where we are right now. In Germany, offshore installed capacities in the Baltic Sea, 3.2 gigawatt at this moment. I showed that before. And in the North Sea, now we have 7.1 gigawatt installed electrical power there, which is a little bit more than 7 nuclear power plants, basically. So it's really large. And we want to build this out. We want to have by, let me think by the year 2040, we want to have 30 gigawatt installed in the North Sea, meaning 30 nuclear power plants worth of electricity. I also like to say this when we talk about wind power. I mean, I'm coming from Schleswig-Holstein. You can see wind farms everywhere, also onshore. Where you go, there's a wind farm, and the acceptance for wind farms in my country is rather high. But there's a reason for this. The reason for that is they're not owned by the state. They are not owned by big, large companies. They are owned by the people themselves in so-called Genossenschaften. And the municipals also play a large role because they make money with that. Yeah, all the economic taxes go to the municipals then. So for us in Schleswig-Holstein, wind power plant means a big economic factor for the people directly, and this is where the acceptance for the systems comes from, because they just make their money with this. And the farmers. When we look at the farmers, they are frequently in a disaster for falling prices for agricultural products. But with the renewable energy, they have another possibility to make money. And at the moment in Schleswig-Holstein, the farmers make more money with electricity than with farming, actually. Which in the end is perhaps a chance for farming, for a transformation of farming to more ecological and green farming, if they are not so tangled. This is a side story. Okay, so this is really quite significant. What is being done so far? So the NATO states agreed in Helsinki to just now in January this year that the Permanent Mine Clearance Confederation has now moved from Kiel into the Baltic Sea. And I would like to say, and we started, and this is what I mentioned before, the Operation Baltic Sentry with petrol ships and aircrafts controlling the Baltic Sea. And in Kiel, when I look out of my office, I right away look on the habeas of Kiel from my office. At this moment, and it never was like that before, we do have an extra naval port, but also the civil port, because there we have the yards where the submarines, where ThyssenKrupp Marine is building submarines and ships. At this moment, there are new infrastructure, military infrastructure being built, and I can see this every day. There's nearly not enough space anymore. We build new marine ships, and you can see them while they are built and sitting in the haber. I can see them how they get bigger every day, and then another add-on on the ship, and so we're really, really busy in increasing our military capacities in the marine type. Actions by the European Union here is that we do have a package of sanctions, which goes more or less well, so to say. The EU plans to impose penalties on ships and captains and the ship owners, and also that the sanctionized persons, whatever they own, their entire estate will be frozen in. So their money will be frozen in, that they don't get that anymore. This has been done with Russia before, more or less successful. However, what we see is that the European Union, it sounds a little bit helpless what's going on. When you see we plan to impose penalties, then this is more or less a helpless action, I would say. You can do this, whether you can get it in action is a different question. So this is perhaps 5 minutes only left, okay. Then we go by, we increase. So I'm a member of the Baltic Sea Parliamentarian Conference, and here you can see this. I'm not going to explain this now in detail. Everybody of you can look this up yourself in the internet. So this is a conference of the parliamentarians of all Baltic states, and we meet frequently. And the last time we met in Helsingor, and you can see the topics we had. This is safety in the Baltic Sea. So it really matches, yeah. I'm personally part of the working group Energy Security, Self-Sustainability, Resilience and Connectivity of the Baltic Room, and we do meet also quite frequently. What we do, we formulate political positions, we discuss a lot with experts and elaborate recommendations for the individual parliament. So I always take some papers with me. I give this to the ministry. We get questionnaires, for example, but also we get decisions in the parliament. For that, also we impose Anträge and so we really do also have some kind of influence of the parliaments. But what I see is that we in Germany are always, and this is maybe surprising for some of you, quite quickly with the decisions, and we do it. Whereas there are other parliaments who are far slower and who have to think, should we do it like this? Poland is sometimes a little bit difficult when it's coming down to renewable energies anyways, yeah. So other Baltic countries don't, or there are governments who say, no, this is secret, we don't tell you, or something like this. So we still have to work on some hurdles over there. What we do in this working group, we visit all kinds of sites of best practice. We learn from innovations existing in other countries. And here I would like to mention, for example, also Finland. Finland is far advanced when it's coming down to military and how you protect yourself, civil protection, and so that Finland is really, really far advanced. You can learn a lot from them. In Norway, we learned how important it is that certain actors work together against attacks of critical infrastructure. And then who has to work together? Politics has to be there because we need to set the framework for possibilities. You need the Secret Service because they anyways know everything in advance. You need the military, but you also need the economical actors because the infrastructures, and this is the point, the critical infrastructures are owned by civil companies very often. So it means that military has to work together with economical companies in order to protect their infrastructure, basically. Politics plays a role because we said that we give legal frameworks on to make these actions possible. So a lot of people have to work together, and this must be highly improved. And I'm soon at the end of my presentation. So when we look at energy security and self-sustainability, our goals are that we secure the energy, make it available, and of course it should be also climate neutral here at this side. The dependency on Russian oil and gas must be massively reduced. The best it would be zero. We want that the democratic states of the Baltic Sea are independent, and I purposely say democratic states because there's Kaliningrad also at the Baltic Sea, and Kaliningrad is Russia, and for whatever we do, they are not there, and we don't perceive them as a democratic state truly. And of course, when we stick together like this, this also can mean economical development in that region. So I jump over that. And when we are looking at resilience and interconnectivity of critics, then we are looking at that we see common measures for open, competitive, integrated, and resilient regional energy market. This is also what I meant before. We are in a large network, and we have a market, an energy market among us, shifting back and forth electricity, but it's good like that. We cannot say, okay, at the German border, we close down everything and we are only an island here. Then we would not survive in this world anymore. Yeah. Of course, we are looking at construction of interconnected, sustainable, resilient transport and mobility. About transport and mobility, I know here talked not so much, but this is really, especially for Estonia and Lithuania, this is very, very important, the railways over there. And we are looking at the acceleration to establish a digital market, which is also resilient against external and internal threats. And our recommendations here, and this is my last slide, but I would like to give some concrete points to this. So our working group proposes to the federal governments of the Baltic Sea Room following recommendations: is the strengthening of the marine domain, of the maritime domain awareness in the Baltic Sea. What we concretely mean with that, we would like to implement a permanent Baltic Sea Maritime Security Coordination Center, meaning there are people in a coordination center sitting the only job is to coordinate the Navy from that country, that country, that country, the civil boats, the politics, all kind of actors which are there, and this cross-bordering. We would like to have in that, for the point one, also real-time data sharing agreements between the Baltic states. We need to exchange real-time data. If there is a ship throwing out an anchor, trailing that and knocking down all kind of lines, you're going to have to be really fast, and you need real-time data on where's the ship now, where do you see it, you have data, all they have kind of data. We must exchange these data. And of course, we would like to have an autonomous monitoring system based on satellites, artificial intelligence and sonar system, in order to always have an eye everywhere what is going on. Point two is a framework for preventing and responding to hybrid attacks on KRITIS. More concrete, what we mean with this is that we need a common legal framework among the states which supports us acting in a legal way. We need a joint operation protocol. And just a day before yesterday, we talked with the Swedish Coast Guard, and this was a very important point of them, that they need a protocol of operation. Every country is doing this differently. So there's a dangerous ship crossing by. What are we supposed to do? Now they turn their signal off. What are we now doing? What are you doing? Should we react first, or is Sweden doing this first, or is Lithuania coming in first? So we need an action protocol on that to give also these actors safety for their own handling. So then point three is the coordinated action against the Russian shadow fleet. And here, in detail, we mean the sanctions must be widely expanded to more and more products, and we would like to establish a Baltic Sea no-go zone. So a zone in the Baltic Sea where no such ships are allowed to swim at all. And now this sounds a little bit curious, perhaps, but these insurances I mentioned before play a key role in this. And this is why Schleswig-Holstein acted really quickly on that insurance thing, because it is difficult to tell someone, you're not allowed to cross here just like that. You can't do this. You must have a reason, a legal reason for this. And the legal reason we are providing now, and this is, if you're not insured, you are not allowed to cross. So you give it a legal reason that which hinders, hopefully, these ships from crossing the Baltic Ocean. What we are asking here in number 4 for the resilience and redundancy of energy and communication network is something really simple. We ask for redundant data and energy connections. When one blows off, you have a second one who comes in and provides this. So this is rather simple in that way. And the last point we are asking for is a strengthening of NATO and European coordination on the Baltic Sea security. And I think especially Europe really has to do a lot. And I'm sure you have all heard what is at the moment going on when we look at Germany, when we look at Europe, when we look at the needs for military strengthening. Now Germany will throw in a lot of money for that, basically. 500 billion in total for critical infrastructures and for military. A large part of this will be just for the military. And to be quite frankly, I wished we would have other times than that. But it is just important and it's needed at the moment. And when we are talking with people, and you talk with, so to say, the simple soldiers in the Bundeswehr, and when they tell you their stories, what they need and what they don't have, then you know by heart, we have slept for more than 30 years and didn't do a thing, and they really do need that now. And we should put, it is owing to that, because we didn't do a thing for such a long time. And this is why we have to take a lot of money now in our hands. Yeah. And what I also would like to say to this money is many people say, these are just debts. These are only debts, and they don't make a difference between these and that debts. The important point is here, this is only supposed to be put in infrastructure. And I think this is an important point. And Friedrich Merz needed a little bit of time waking up, understanding that. When you make debts and you put that money in an infrastructure, you have something worth it in your hand in the end. So you don't make debts for ongoing costs or something like this. You should do it and put it in the infrastructure, because there you have something which remains and which pays back after a while, so to say. Good infrastructure always pays back. If you have not only, when we talk about infrastructure, there are streets, bridges, all these kind of things. This is also good for economy. And this is why it will pay back. And this is the thought behind this. And this is why it is actually called, again, a German word, Sondervermögen. Sounds odd when you talk about debts, actually. But in the end, this is like everybody who buys a house. Who can buy a house out of the pocket? No one. But in the end, you have the house. You pay it still off, but you have it. It's yours. You can work with this, and you can do something with this. And that's why it's so important. So let's stick together. Let's stick together with our European friends, with our Baltic friends, because we all need them. And I tell you, especially the people from Estonia and Lithuania are really afraid in this moment, because the Russians can be there in 5 minutes. The newest understanding is at the moment that we expect perhaps a possible Russian intervention into Europe. Some may call it war, perhaps until 2030. This is very likely. So the Secret Service data are talking about this, but this is official, it's not an unofficial information. So let's stick together and let's be strong. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have now time for, let's say, between 10 and 15 minutes, because the next presentation by Jiwei Zhang will not be presented, and we will, after the discussion, have a coffee break, a short coffee break. Thank you again, and the floor is open for discussion. We have a microphone. Yeah. This one.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I have a question about the Command Task Force Baltic Sea that was founded last year in October with 16 nations. Is this Task Force Baltic Sea Command the first step for your integrated look on the Baltic Sea, on security, on safety, on politics?
The question is pretty quick. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I've got a
question about the shadow fleet. I don't know how to use this. Yeah, I mean, there has to be somebody also buying this oil.
Pardon me?
There has to be people also buying the oil from the shadow fleet. Do you have more information about that? Because, I mean, I'm also working on ports and I have some undocumented information that it's also, I mean, it's, yeah, basically everybody buying this oil.
This is the point. You nearly cannot locate it where it is going to. It's somewhere taken from the ship and then distributed further into any kind of ways, and so by tank vans and whatever, by pipelines, and so it's distributed all the way. This is nearly as difficult to find out who's the owner of the ship. So I do not have any more information than you have too. It is kind of diffusing in all kind of ways, and you cannot say it is one specific owner for this or something like that. But I think this should be followed up, and I think your point is very good. We should be much more looking on who is selling to whom a ship and where is the oil then going to. I think this is too little under control at the moment. So I think your point is very good, and this still needs to be worked on.
But I mean, can I have a follow-up question? Yeah. I mean, this is maybe also because the EU policies are not reinforced, because it's also major European shipping carrier buying this oil or are happy about having the possibility to have cheap oil, right?
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the next question is over there.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to pick up the topic of the shadow fleet, and it's a question out of pure interest, because I totally get the point that you were describing about the infrastructure security and the sabotage that is going on in the Baltic Sea. But back to the shadow fleet, I mean, there are bans on Russian oil and there are sanctions. But isn't like this shadow fleet showing that those sanctions aren't working properly, but are more producing new and different threats to our European security, if you want to call it like that? Working properly, but are more producing new and different threats to our European security, if you want to call it like this. So I would like to ask, like, what is your, is this notion of security you're talking about a strictly military one? Because like it's actually a certain because it's actually posing a new threat, especially to the environment, especially to that precious fragile ecosystem of the Baltic Sea. And wouldn't it be like a more holistic approach to caring or securing the security of that region to like provocatively spoken, get rid of the sanctions so that the shadow fleet will disappear? I mean, then you of course have like normal ships and normal like oil sales, but at least you get rid of the environmental problems.
I'm afraid they will not disappear, because what we learn now, it's not only for the oil what they are doing there. They have other things in mind, and the tankers also trail their anchors in order to destroy data cable and so. They have much more in mind than only transporting oil. And you know what? I mean, this is like it's like the choice between the bad and the worst, basically, what you're proposing there. Putting away the sanctions, and then they say we have no sanctions at all. I think this should not be done. Sanctions are a very important tool, political and international tool, in order to, we are not only talking about Russia, we talk also about other countries where sanctions are working, yeah. And see, sanctions don't work when you just have enough criminal people in the background who are overcoming this. The idea was a good idea, but if even German companies sell their old tankers in order to serve the shadow fleet, then there's so much criminality behind that you wouldn't be able to do this. I would keep the sanctions. I would even make them, widen them out. I would definitively widen them out and make them even stronger. But we have to work together there with the Navy, with the, as I said before, or the economical part, the Navy has to work together, and the Secret Service has to be in, and the political part for the framework has to be in. The true problem in the Shadow Fleet is they're now in the national coast waters. They are not swimming there because if they ever cross the national coast water, we catch them. Because then we have the legal right to do so. But when they're in the outer zones, where you have international waters and there's international sea law, then we may say, let's just change the sea law. No, because then you have to ask the rest of the world for that. Yeah? You can't just change the international sea law just like this. So you have to find tricky things around it with the insurance at what we said. So I would not recommend to abandon the sanctions. I really would even strengthen that and try to find legal ways to really stop these tankers.
This was easier in the Middle Ages when the Hanseatic, Hanse decided to block someone. They blocked the Kattegat completely. But anyway, the word has changed since. And I learned that the grid is part of the security. So not only energy production, but the grid is the same security, because it allows the exchange between different countries, but at the same time, it is in the core of the vulnerability. So it's both. And this is interesting for us because it is not only infrastructure, these old infrastructure based in cities and production centers, but it is the grid, in fact. Yeah. Are there other questions? Yes, there, please.
Yes, the question I want to ask was what she asked about the law of the sea, if it applies. But when you're making the explanation, then I'm wondering, I'm trying to understand how far can these spy ships come close to the windmill, to the infrastructure? How far can they come? And if they would respect the law of the sea, the 200 nautical miles distance from the shore, my imagination is what kind of damage can they do to the windmill? I know they are good with cyber, but to the windmill, I'm just wondering what kind of damage is possible?
A lot of damage, because the windmills are in the outer zones. They are not within the 200-mile zones. They're further out. They're in the exclusive economic zone usually, where you have where you're allowed to swim. However, the wind farms themselves, inside the wind farm, it's forbidden for ships to enter this area, the wind farm itself. It could be also when you have high sea. It could be also dangerous for the ship among these poles. Yeah. However, whoever has just enough criminal energy doesn't care about that. And the point is, there are not always people at the wind farm who sees this right away. What is going on here? They do this in the night when you have fog or whatever, and then they can really do it. Well, the wind farm, as I said before, they may damage one windmill. This will not do a thing. The big point are the connectors and the transformers where all run together. Because when you knock out one of this, then you get easily, on one hand, 1 gigawatt electricity is then 1 gigawatt electricity is then off. And this is something you feel. We wouldn't now feel it here because we are more interconnected. But the more we build there and the more we depend on this, the easier it is actually attacked. But I would like to say something also that, I mean, if we have centralized electricity production, like we know it from the, let's say, I hope I'm able to say at some point at the older days, a power plant like this is much easier to attack than so many 100 windmills and so many cables and so many this and that. We have to say this. And I would like to mention also in Schleswig-Holstein, we have drone flights from Russia all over the place every day. And they are spying out our military places, they are spying out our industrial places. Brunsbüttel, for example, is every day spied out by drones. And the point is now, and this is really where I also start to wonder, why don't you just shoot it down? Also legally not so easy to just shoot down a drone which is flying there. But at this moment, Schleswig-Holstein is highly espionaged by drones. We suspect them to be Russian drones or from friends of Russia, perhaps. Sure, it's not sure because, of course, they don't send a signal and say, hello, here I am, or something like that. Yeah. But we are working on plans actually to enable us shooting them down. Yeah.
Thank you again very much for this interesting talk with a lot of actual insights in the international situation and the critical infrastructure in the north. And we have now, thank you again. We will have now a break of 15 minutes and we'll gather together here at 3:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to welcome you to today's final panel entitled Port Cities and Maritime Infrastructures. My name is Stefanie Eifert and I'm a member of the first cohort of KRITIS. We, the first cohort, spent several months debating terms and their different uses in the individual disciplines and among them in order to be able to develop case studies initially. The first and the second day of the conference already impressively demonstrates how much research into historical and recent critical infrastructures research has developed over the last 9 years. The inter- and transdisciplinarity of critical infrastructure research takes center stage in this panel as well. I'm very pleased to introduce the first speaker. Sophia Leipert completed her bachelor's degree in architecture at the University of Wuppertal. Then she moved to the HCU Hamburg, where she completed a master's degree in urban design. During her studies, she took advantage of the Erasmus program for stays in Istanbul and Milan. She subsequently moved to the Hafen City University Hamburg, where she initially worked as a teaching assistant and started her PhD project in August 2023. Today, she presents an extract from her dissertation project. Her presentation is called Modes of Governing with Smart Port Projects, Transformations of Telecommunication Infrastructure in the Port of Hamburg. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for this kind introduction, and thank you all for being here and for sharing your time and thoughts. Yeah, I will discuss the transformation of the Port of Hamburg into a smart port, focusing on the role of telecommunication and how this shifts beyond technical advancements towards what I preliminarily analyze as a technocratic mode of governing. And in my presentation, I examine the intersection of logistics, digital infrastructure, and power dynamics using an extended governmentality framework. but yeah, it's still like ongoing work as it is my dissertation project. Yeah, I mean, ports are historically, or as physical nuts are historically in global trade, they led to many even information, but extending the scope of trade, as for example, Carola Hein emphasizes, including practices or even whole businesses like insurance today, not only by allied groups, but by all groups of people. They were producing this kind of innovations. And today they try to be critical sites for digital innovation. And this comes as no surprise because economic flows and data are always closely interlinked. And as you can see on this picture, the Port of Hamburg and the city share very close spatial proximity and relations. Port and urban development, therefore, are inherently related. And this has many consequences, but one of them is that port spaces currently become test beds for urban projects. They are increasingly framed as experimental spaces where urban and logistical challenges intersect. So to innovation and digitalization projects should promote sustainable growth, economic growth, and test the mobility of the future. And the port, as one of Europe's largest logistical hubs, is like undergoing rapid digital transformation under the concept, this very big concept of smartness. Yeah, but to analyze these very broad transformations, as I said, I use an extended governmentality framework because this perspective allows to understand the digital techniques and technologies not just as technical upgrades, but as systems of power that reshape behavior, knowledge, and control. And therefore, smart port technologies are not neutral. They are deeply political, acting as political tools, regulating flows of goods, labor, and information, while embedding market logics and neoliberal governance models into the fabric of port operations. Yeah, but what actually is a smart port? A smart port is a sustainable, automated port relying on smart infrastructure, skilled personnel, and smart managerial practices to ensure customer satisfaction, environmental protection, and a better quality for the life of the citizens. So it's a quite encompassing vision that took place within the last decades. And these kind of ports are now labeled as fourth generation of ports. But yeah, it basically means that ports are trying to digitalize their infrastructure with technologies such as remote control, cranes, systems, to optimize their terminals, which means making them more efficient, secure, etc., and ensuring on the same process a better life quality. This is a definition from engineers. It's quite interesting that they have this encompassing vision. But yeah, of course, digital transformation is not something happening out of the blue. It has deep historical roots. Each phase of this kind of transition reflecting broader shifts in global trade patterns and technological rationalities. Yeah, and different ways of mediating power relations between stakeholders. And even before this picture is from the 1970s, and you can already see quite clearly this human-machine interaction. But still, back then, the port operations were very labor-intensive and paper-based, analog to the work on the terminal itself. But with the onset of containerization, which took place in Hamburg in the late 1960s, but then with the onset of this, this kind of workflow was no longer sufficient. It happened quite frequently that a good arrived at a customer before the documents. So after some attempts in the 70s failed, a major step was the introduction of port community systems in the 1980s, marking as a significant shift. And then a couple of decades later, by the early 2010 years, the Smart Port Initiative emerged, integrating these new technologies and projects to create a holistic vision of data-driven ecosystem. So, for example, I think the digital twin projects always illustrate this quite clearly. They should enable real-life simulation of port operations by integrating IoT sensors to produce kind of predictive maintenance, or other projects aiming at optimizing traffic flows and reduce emissions. Sorry, where I am. This project is actually interesting because this bridge is planned to be destroyed soon. So the term predictive maintenance is a bit, it's interesting, I would say. But also since the beginning, like smart port always encompasses the sustainability issue, like maybe similar to the smart city narratives. Some of you might be familiar with that. So sustainability is always framed as a major theme in the smart port narratives. For example, energy transition aspect is currently particularly emphasized. And besides pilot projects like supplying ships in the port with green shore power or electrifying the port ferries, the port potential as a sustainable energy hub is highlighted, and future port areas are to be used for green hydrogen production and prioritized to companies active in this field. And in this sense, the Port of Hamburg is following the recent UN recommendation of sustainable smart ports to create prosperity for all in times of disruption and uncertainty. In sum, the Smart Port initiatives, which was launched over a decade ago, or almost a decade ago, exemplifies quite clearly in my mind, the entanglements of technological innovation and neoliberal forms of governing. Originally, it presented a very holistic vision driven by a smartness mandate, or even like an overpromise kind of. Recently, however, this notion changed a bit. There's like now, but just like last year happening, some kind of distancing to this all-encompassing rhetoric and more emphasis on concrete singular projects around the port. And it's like all of these projects still should foster rationalization, but they are also pushed now to create new sources of profit. For example, this is how I analyze the smart bridge example. And this kind of new data producing infrastructure increasingly relies on 5G, which is considered essential by maritime actors. Like I'm doing a lot of participant observation at different sites of the 5G reproduction. And at one terminal operator, for example, he highlighted that these kind of networks as seen as crucial for automating processes and testing applications. And this is especially through significant state funding possible to the testbed program, which aims to optimize the supply chain and enhance connectivity. And these kind of projects seek to position German ports as high-tech locations and central data hubs, attracting economic actors interested in testing their products. While the necessity is highlighted by everyone, the implementation is actually often very contradictory. For example, like public authorities have to act as competitors for private actors, which is actually hindering the production of this infrastructure. And now I mentioned 3 aspects of kind of contested realities. This whole transformation of the telecommunication infrastructure within the frame of the smart port is seen as vital for secure, efficient supply chains and facilitating smooth circulation. The demand for 5G reflects cargo carriers' growing influence, prioritizing reliability and predictability needs, which are intensifying during crises. Shipping companies use their financial power to push for technological advancement. And the data aspect remains quite critical, shaped by power dynamics and also increasingly geopolitical implications. Smart port relationships can be described as competitive collaboration relying on data sharing among competitors. And this raises, of course, questions about the technology and the data provision, access and location, which highlighting smart ports as arenas for geo-economic power struggles involving, which also is visible in the rise of cyber attacks. They are seen by security experts as toxic door openers, offering opportunities, but also risk for transforming port infrastructure, like resembling a kind of panopticon. And as this, the colleagues summarized, they combine aspects of foreign trade, infrastructure, and technology policies with entrepreneurial skills and capacity like hardly any other topic. The second aspect is like that infrastructures are inherently political, especially regarding the aspect of human labor in smart ports. The enhanced communication is deemed essential for terminal automation, as I said, promising reduced shipping costs, increased efficiency, and decreasing the reliance on human labor. And despite claims that new technologies enhance the smooth efficiency without issues, human labor still remains critical. Like the embodied knowledge of workers operating container cranes, for example, is invaluable still, and because their skills relying on like tacit intuition. But also, I would say that smart ports introduce new subjectivities. Workers have to adapt to this changing environment, framed as opportunities. As one crane instructor noted, the need to embrace this era positively. I quote him: "It's a huge opportunity for us. We have to take everyone with us." And another representative highlighted the shift from a growth mindset to a creative mindset, stimulated in this kind of surroundings I visited. And last aspect, the projects are significant also due to their relation to knowledge production and the creation of sensing environments. Smart ports are characterized by vast data collection, as the digital twin example shows. And these developments relate to discussions about sentient cities, like environments equipped with smart technologies, facilitating computation, modeling, and adaptation. Like, for example, Gabri's concept of environmentally captures this governing through environmental contexts. And I analyzed this transformations as features of this new way of governing, where managing the fluctuating processes involves cooperating heterogeneities and differences in a given milieu. And these kind of contradictions exist, like the port positions itself as sustainable, and green, but ongoing infrastructure expansion and growth-oriented politics, like the dredging of the River Elbe, have severe environmental consequences. And the smart port embodies this paradox of green growth. But as the current crisis show, nature is like not the other. We have to think in different ways of that. To conclude, in my ongoing research, I work on this interplays of technology, governing, and urban transformations. They are not just like merely logistical upgrades, but like deeply social and political transformations in a very specific setting. And this happens due to the strong pressure to adapt the infrastructures of ports to the needs of carrier, and this is a very competitive surrounding. Digital transformation is characterized by these fields of tension between efficiency gains and risks. And lastly, infrastructural transformation is always a contested process, as we can see in current struggles around automation, space, and ecology. And maybe I have some more steps, but that's in the future to come. Okay, thank you.
Do you have some, or does the audience has comprehension questions at this point?
However, students first, please, yeah? I don't need to be the first one asking your questions. I actually have several questions, but I would like to, let's say, slice this down a little bit. Coming to smart port, maybe I missed this at some point.
perhaps you can, let's say, in very few sentences, roll out what is the main difference between the port, how it is now today, and what's the difference to a smart port in the end. So what are the changes which must be done by a port to be smart? This is one thing. Basically, what is a smart port? And then looking at cybersecurity, what is actually done now in the harbor of Hamburg? Because I mean, there's a lot of data going back and forth. And what is now done in cybersecurity, and what should change in cybersecurity once the port becomes smart? Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe for clarification, not because I don't know what's the comprehension and what is the discussion part, but like a smart port is basically a framework adopted by port actors, by port authorities, like a holistic vision. I mean, and then, I mean, what I'm doing, I'm trying to deconstruct this because it's used in many ways. A smart port is always something related to a specific context. It kind of has an a function of advertisement. It can have a narration of global, of connecting ports between each other, like creating a network. But it can also be a catchy phrase to funnel money. So it's I mean, I would say also a port is always smart in that sense that it's connected, and there's like it's the employment of digitalization, communication technologies, which is happening since at least the 1970s. And about the cyber, I mean, I'm not, I'm human geography, cultural sciences. I don't know that much about the cyber resilience. I just know that people mention it increasingly, and it is a big issue for them, but it's like out of my scope.
Thank you very much for your speech. I would like to learn more about the governmentality framework you mentioned at the beginning, because I know it from Foucault, which you cited. I thought always that Foucault is focusing the state in the 18th century in France, and I don't see now the connection to governmentality of smart ports.
Yeah, I use it as a methodology. It's a methodological approach, highlighting sensitivities towards the issues I mentioned. I mean, it's a way of being sensitive to a certain understanding of power relations. It's not. I mean, I'm not. Yeah. I mean, it's actually quite common, I would say, in human geography to use it as a methodological orientation. But of course, it has. I mean, it has flaws and contradictions, and people. It's also contested. But yeah.
Thank you very much for the very inspiring presentation. The second presentation of the panel takes a historical perspective on the topic of port cities and maritime infrastructures. Ms. Müge Özbek first studied physics and then graphic arts and visual culture in Ankara. Afterwards, she completed her master's degree in cultural studies and completed her PhD on Single Poor Woman in Istanbul, 1850 until 1915, Prostitution, Sexuality, and Female Labor in 2018. Ms. Müge Özbek, assistant professor at Kadir Has University in Istanbul since 2021, will speak today about vehicularization and everyday mobility in the late 19th and early 20th century Istanbul, dynamics of infrastructures, power, and the experience of movement. She will demonstrate how modern infrastructures establish themselves alongside traditional transport options and routes, and how how the use of infrastructures changed with the industrialization of Istanbul. Ms. Özbek, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Okay. Okay, this was my title before I learned that my presentation was clustered in Port City panel, but it is just fine. So I just kind of moderated it into a port city, at least mobilities alongside the port issue. So in today's presentation, I will not focus on this issue, but flows and frictions of everyday mobility along the ports of Istanbul. So I will start with a quote from a late 19th century novel. And here the quote captures the impressions of a young protagonist, Pervin, as she arrives at Galata port in Istanbul. A narrow little quay, only a few arshın wide, laden with sacks of flour unloaded from the ferries, along with other goods, and lined on one side with the most ordinary, even the most wretched casinos and coffee houses. Then, amidst the crash of freight charts and rental carriages, a chaotic crowd whose ability to navigate without being trampled was astonishing. In other words, an eastern city. So this was Galata. Was this really the most important commercial hub of Istanbul? I felt the same painful impression towards everything and every aspect of Istanbul. That is, there was a disheartening lack of form, a smallness in everything, where I had expected to see an orderly, bright, and spacious place. I instead found myself faced with something dreary, faded, and miserable. So, indeed, nearly a century and a half later, scholarly discussions on the urban and infrastructural transformations of 19th century Istanbul remain deeply entangled in the same paradigm. We often find ourselves either celebrating the infrastructural developments as signs of progress, modernization, or lamenting that, despite various efforts, Istanbul's infrastructure remained backward and inadequate, failed to modernize. So one of the questions I grapple with is there another way to understand everyday mobilities, its flows and frictions, and the related infrastructural changes beyond this framework of modernization or being late, being inadequate, backward, eastern? My presentation today forms part of my ongoing research project examining the everyday mobilities of people in Istanbul at the turn of the 20th century. The conceptual framework of the project is grounded in the new mobilities paradigm, where mobility is understood not merely as the physical movement, but as a multifaceted phenomenon shaped by power relations, hierarchical inequalities, cultural meanings, and alongside the infrastructural transformations of the period. So what I try to do is paying attention both to the flows and frictions of mobility against the backdrop of global connections. And the nexus of these global connections were mostly found in the ports, as you might know. And also these places, ports, function as vibrant centers of everyday mobility. So This is a map of Istanbul. So Istanbul straddles Europe and Asia along the Bosphorus Strait, as you might see. And, and on the European side of the strait, there is an inlet, the Golden Horn. Here you see it going this way. So this inlet, the Golden Horn, provides a natural and protected harbor for maritime activities. In the 19th century, the Golden Horn embraced two commercial hubs, ports on one in each bank, along with the Imperial Shipyard, an arsenal and military barracks, and a dock for the Imperial Navy. So everything related to maritime activities was here on this inlet, within this inlet, and there was this ports on both sides. So moreover, the Golden Horn, along the Golden Horn, there were piers utilized for cities' daily transportation, like via steam ferries and boats, and the two shores of the inlet were linked for everyday commuting by means of a bridge. So this is a pier where you see all these port activities and things, and here you see the bridge, and at the back you see the Galata Tower. So what was happening in the 19th century was that Ottoman Empire integrated into the capital's networks, economic networks, more and more. And this kind of prompted the influx of people, goods, and money to the city. So all the infrastructural transformations was kind of started in order to cope this influx of people, goods, and money and information. So the city was trying to cope with this influx. And in terms of transportation technology, we see the introduction of the steam ferries, horse-drawn carriages, the streets were and there was also underground railway, a small but effective one, and also the horse-drawn carriages, the number of horse-drawn carriages increased, and the streets were widened, sidewalks were constructed, gas lamps were integrated. So there was all these developments, but and this expansion of transport infrastructure, of course, increased the speed and the reach of mobility, and also changed the patterns and rhythms of moving within the city. But it was not a straightforward process. First of all, as scholars Doran Macy or following her, Mimi Scheller and Tim Creswell emphasize, for example, mobility is shaped by power dynamics, spatial hierarchies, and socio-political contestations, making it unevenly distributed and differentially accessible. Alongside inequalities in access, mobility itself is not a seamless or frictionless process. When transport innovations although transport innovations promise efficiency, they also produce resistance, disruptions, and unintended consequences. This is not always a bad thing, but it is always there. These unintended consequences are always there. Anna Tissing, an anthropologist, introduces the concept of friction to describe the local encounters that mediate and reshape global flows. She is not a mobility scholar, but she has this sophisticated understanding of frictions. Following up her, a mobility scholar, Creswell, argues that friction is not simply an impediment to mobility, but an active force that conditions how movement takes place, is experienced and contested. So it is a part of it. It conditions it. Friction conditions movement. They are not
a dualistic thing, but they are together always together. So if there is a movement, there is friction, and friction is not only an impediment, but also something that enables mobility. So in my research, in my understanding, rather than viewing mobility through a binary of unrestricted movement versus obstruction, I approach it as something shaped by this interplay of friction and frictions and flows. So if I turn to my historical research, I will also try to show you some pictures from here. My research project, it is a 3 years project funded by Turkish Research Council, and it is in its second year. It draws on 2 sets of sources. The first includes periodicals from the period, like daily newspaper, general interest magazines, and women's magazines. And the second set consists of like more personal kind of documents like memoirs, diaries, and letters from those periods. What we try to do is to uncover mobility narratives from these sources. Like at the first hand, we see who went there, when, how, using which vehicles, and who couldn't go where someone's movement was slowed down, halted, restricted. This is the first thing. The second thing, how these people experience these movements. Okay, so like that you can go to the same place with the same vehicle, for example, but you can experience it differently. Your personal experience can be different. And then what kind of meanings they attach to these movements? Like you can have some different meanings for your own movement or like others' movement. Like you might consider yours a better one. You might like consider someone's movement a dangerous one, whatever. So what kind of meanings they attach to these movements? So practice, experience, and movement. So what I try to uncover within these narratives. So I will try to give you some examples from these bits of examples from these movements. And at the background, I will try to continue to show you some photographs from the period. They are all around the port area, by the way. So one example comes from the memoir of Agop Minsuri, an Anatolian Armenian. And he vividly recalls his early experiences with Istanbul's tram system after arriving the city from his Anatolian village in 1897 at the age of 11. He writes, "I used to walk to school like everyone else, old or young, students or not. Taking the tram was seen as unnecessary or luxury. The trams were pulled by large Hungarian horses. The driver operated the tram, accompanied by a bugler who blew the bugle going da-da to warn passerbys to stay away from the tracks. Sometimes the bugler would even get off and run alongside the horses, all the while playing the bugle in the span of 10 years, from 1897 to 1908, I only took the tram once. It was the day we arrived in the city when my father and I got off the ship at the Galata port and took the tram to Beşiktaş." So when we kind of think about this little narrative, so we see lots of little details that tell us about the flows and frictions of mobility. Like we see Anatolian villagers migrating to Istanbul as labor forces, for example. So this is related to the flows of capital into the city. Their labor is now needed there. So then there is this tram infrastructure, but they only use it once, and because they cannot afford it, they find it luxury, and their usage, probably they brought lots of things from their village, so their usage of the tram was kind of found little bit, for the middle class Istanbulites, for example, probably find their attach some greater meanings to their usage of this tram system. So what I try to understand, so there is this bugler, there is these crowds jumping on the tracks. So there is flows of mobility, but also the frictions of mobility. So what I try to see throughout my research is how these flows and frictions are interconnected to each other and enable each other, and how they are contested, negotiated, and make the everyday mobilities of people. Okay.
Thank you so much. First question to Ms. Özbek. Okay, maybe some deeper questions to both, or to one, to Ms. Leipert? Mr. Engels.
It's a question or remark for you concerning those flows you are describing there. Did you ever think about how to analyze these flows? I think that perhaps it could be interesting for you to analyze them in the term of rhythms, so of more or less regular movements in more or less defined connections, time frames, etc.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, my one of two key terms that I am trying to incorporate into my analysis is rhythms and temporality, because as maybe I don't know if I jumped over that, but these new flows and frictions, they change the rhythm, they introduce a new rhythm to everyday life. People they don't only they change what can be done in a daytime. So introduce a new kind of temporality and new kind of rhythms, and it is a important part of the analysis. I hope I can manage it.
It was really interesting you brought in the new mobilities paradigm into the research. And it's also interesting that it's still called the new mobilities paradigm, considering it's about 20 years old. And I'm just really interested, and perhaps this is a wider question, does the mobilities paradigm, is there friction between that and infrastructure research? Perhaps that's a question, perhaps not a question for now, but just a general thought.
So you say mobility studies and infrastructural studies, is there a friction between them?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, in your research, do you find that? And do these sort of research paradigms?
I don't know the fields, if there is a friction between two fields. I always taught myself in the field of mobility studies, but infrastructure, research on infrastructure has been a large part of my research. Infrastructure always jumped onto my gaze, let me say. For example, from Agop Mintsuris, this little code, we have thousands of little narratives of mobility. And each of them, you can see political contestations, social contestations, hierarchies, whatever, and also in infrastructure, because people move on infrastructure. So it is a large part of it. So I I didn't, for myself, I didn't experience it as a friction, but as a kind of thing that enlarges my, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question? Oh, yeah, please come back.
Thank you. Yeah, I was triggered by your picture of this smart bridge, because I also did some research on ports, and I was thinking about this difference between information technology, that's more about the data systems, and with the smart bridge example, also more operational technologies. And I think the smart port initiative is maybe also a shift towards sort of the smartification of these operational objects like a bridge or a railway or something like that in a port. And I was wondering if you also look at or know what that might imply for the governing of those systems or the modes of governing.
I'm not sure if I understood the question. I mean, how is the digital transformation of the operation?
Yeah, so there was always the focus on like information tech, ICT systems was always focused on information systems like data systems or applications. And I think now with the smart port idea, it's shifted also to sort of making these objects smarter, like a smart bridge, and adding sort of data points towards a bridge to track how they function.
Yeah.
But does that mean something for how it's governed? Because before, I think when it was not smart, they were sort of these sole objects that were not sort of connected to other objects.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to answer this right now because most of the projects are still in the making. It's like even the Smart Bridge project is still it's still a project. They're working on that. What I have is I know how the people, how the engineers are talking about this, what they aim for, but I cannot yet look. I mean, well, it's not in my focus how they evaluate this, or it's hard to see how they reflect on that yet. So I use this term of governing in a broader sense. Yeah, but and also from, I mean, it is, I mean, it's, for me, it's a repurposement of the existing infrastructure, because I mean, this is more, I look at it more how infrastructures are continually reproduced and transformed and are reused somehow, even if this seems contradictory with this example of the bridge, because actually they plan to destroy the bridge. So still they're equipping it with sensors and building models of it. Yeah, so this in a way is then maybe, I mean, from the perspective I use, then more a way, okay, they trying to like transform it into sources of revenues and testing projects there. And this is, of course, a different understanding of this infrastructure, or like an extended understanding.
Question? A last question.
Mine is about Istanbul and history. I really enjoyed the focus on friction and on power relations, and I'm curious if you lined up some of the individual narratives of people on the street that you highlighted with how people or groups in positions of power over infrastructure, mobility vehicles, over how they talked about the changing street conditions and changing urban form. And if you can say anything about that.
It is a more research topic, this regulations part. So I use it as a background. And in my own dissertation, I worked mostly on mobility, again, mobility of sex workers and domestic workers, and how their mobility, the control of their mobility and regulation of their mobility was also used for the control of their labor and bodies. So these regulations part is more is more there for me as a background, of course. And I try to, what I try to find is how people navigated those regulations and larger projects and whatever.
So, thank you, Ms. Leipert, Ms. Osberg, for those deep insight of your research and this excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Now it is an extraordinary pleasure for me to announce today's closing speaker, Professor Dr. Gerrit Jesper Schenk.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my task now to close the day in short sentences, focusing on what happened this day. I think the morning was signed by the panel Storage as Critical Infrastructure. And in the afternoon, we opened with a keynote, which was in a certain sense a prelude of the topics presented in the panel 4, Port Cities and Maritime Infrastructure, because Ulrike Teck focused on the mainly political dimension of the recent problems with energy infrastructure and the conflict with Russia and in the Baltic Sea. And we learned a lot about the importance of the grid and the flows and the circulation of energy and how to govern this new system of renewable energy and energy flows. And we learned a lot about first the governing structures. And I think this is something which is in common with the following panel, where there was not only governing, but governmentality, as we learned. Maybe this is a differentiation, and governance is a modern form of governmentality. We could discuss this. This is one element, and the other element is this political dimension, and the other is the importance of the grid for the criticality of infrastructure. So it is not only the material points, it is the connection, which is very important. We learned from Ulrike Teck. And seeing this importance of the connections, we learned that the datas become even more important in recent times. And this was also a connection to the first presentation in panel 4 by Sophia Leipert, who presented the Smart City Hamburg. And at the first side, you can suspect that smart port is only a plastic word of politicians announcing a new economical idea of developing new port infrastructure. But indeed, she demonstrated that it would be a shift to the traditional port city structure, integrating a holistic view, combining environmental issues and energy issues with the data flows of these modern and indeed globalized ports. And from my point of view, it was very interesting to see that she focused, I asked in the discussion, not only on these economic and data flows and the smartness of these ports, but she saw it focusing on telecommunication. She focused on these political dimension as well. So the government plays a decisive role, the legal preconditions, how to organize these new dimension of a smart port. And in a certain sense, we saw the same in the following presentation, because these mobility structure, which changed in the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century in Istanbul, was also focused on power structures and hierarchies of mobility. So the poor immigrant from Anatolia, who was a load carrier, for example, had to integrate in a modernizing transport system in Istanbul, which had also tram and underground railway developing, and at the same time, Istanbul as a node in a more and more globalizing system had to adapt the structures of these city between two continents to these global infrastructure mobility systems. So she focused in a kind of ethnographic view on the actors and the activities of the single persons dealing with this transformation of the mobility system. So we have in common, in a certain sense, some thematical and methodological approaches in this afternoon. And I think it was worth to reconsider our concept of flows, circulation, and, in the contrary, the contra-history of these flows and circulations. That means the actors who attack, like Ulrike Teck demonstrated, or plan to attack these connected systems, these infrastructures, by sabotage, by espionage, and at the same time we saw that the smart city is at the moment only a concept, and we will see how it develops. And in the case of Istanbul, we saw that the actors had to deal with the problems of this transformation at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. So every infrastructure history has not only to do something with let's say, the progress and the heroes of the new infrastructure system. It has to deal not only with the winners of these new developments, but it has to do with the actors and even with the losers of this system, with hindering the structure, with attacks and the problems of this transformation. I would now like to take a very brief look at tomorrow's program. Panel 5 focuses on the concept of resilience. We have heard already today that this is a very important point of every grid. Resilience and related topics such as urban transformation, vulnerability, sustainability, trust, confidence, etc. In particular, the dynamics of infrastructures are made visible here from the perspective of transformation and adaptation. The panel should cover a broad spectrum of dynamics and resilience from Skopje, the Skopje after the earthquake, and to Hong Kong. In the last panel, number 6 in the afternoon, the last panel focuses on water systems, and I very much regret that I won't be able to attend because I'm currently working with research groups studying second and third order water courses on the way to the fluvial anthroposphere, which has a dimension even regarding infrastructure and the circulation. What is particularly exciting here is that urban water systems and dynamic infrastructures are being examined from different perspectives. Water supply infrastructure from Raffaele Longoni and wastewater infrastructure from Romeo Di Puri, and the Vardar River as an infrastructure in Skopje in the aftermath of the devastating earthquake of 1963 from Sanja Avramovska. So it promises to be an exciting final day. Now I want to like to thank again all the speakers, moderators, and participants and discussants, of course, and invite you to the conference dinner. It will not take place here. It will take place at Silte in the city. And as far as I am informed, someone of us will go and show you the Darmstadt specialty, architectonic specialty on the way. As a little surprise, who wants to go with Madeline Fischer? Yeah. Yeah, there is time enough and the weather's fine. So if you want, if not, we can meet after your visit of your hotel, of course, at 6 o'clock at Sitte. You will find the address on the information material of the conference. Thank you again.